If you miss a live session, you can go back at any time to watch on demand. Go to Watch Replays and click on the session that you want to view. Have you created your own event agenda and swap card? Visit the Agenda and Watch Replay tabs to add sessions that interest you to your own event. You can go back to My Event to revisit any bookmarked sessions, sponsors, and items. We want to make sure that you're connecting with our industry-leading sponsors. You can interact with them by visiting the Booths and the Sponsor tab. You can also bookmark sponsors or add items to your event to view later. Sponsors have uploaded extra materials for attendees. Make sure to visit sponsors that interest you to chat with one of their team members or save documents for later. We have dedicated meeting slots set up for break times between sessions. Continue the discussion by requesting meetings from others in the Swap Card platform. Schedule a meeting with another attendee or a sponsor by visiting their page. The panelists and speakers will be addressing your questions live during the stream. During the stream, use the question tab to ask your questions early in the presentation. Go to the poll tab to answer polls that will be discussed during the live stream. If you need help navigating Swap Card, please reach out to our team by mentioning @Parks Associates in the chat box or by contacting one of our team members via our company page.
We are so excited to welcome you to our 26th annual Connection Series. We are bringing industry leaders together to share a vision of the future of technology in the home. After 2 years of virtual events, we are also announcing the return of our in-person events in 2022. We hope you join us in May as we gather again for impactful sessions with insights from industry leaders and best-of-class research from Parks Associates analysts. Nothing beats the knowledge, conversations, and community that come from meeting in person. Throughout this year, we will gather and share Parks Associates' latest research on smart home devices and solutions for consumers. We survey 10,000 broadband households each quarter to provide the most reliable and accurate view of the market. The connected home has evolved from a high-end concept toward a mass market opportunity with incredible revenue potential. Today, several high-profile market disruptions are emerging as a result of broadband adoption, smartphone usage, and consumer expectations for connectivity solutions that provide a personalized experience. This year, Connections addresses the use cases and emerging business models that will successfully engage consumers and grow revenues in the converging IoT industries, including smart home, connected entertainment, and mobile ecosystems. Thank you again for joining us at Connections.
Hello, and welcome back to our Connections virtual series. I'm Jennifer Kent, Vice President of Research at Parks Associates, and today we are focusing on the foundation of the connected home, which is connectivity itself, and the expanding role of the home network. As part of this session, we will be hearing from industry leaders who think about, build, and support the networking technology and services in our home, including speakers from Support.com, Linksys, Corvo, and AirTies. Parks Associates President Elizabeth Parks will then host an executive Q&A with Charles Shevers, the CTO for Home Networks with CommScope, followed by a panel focusing in on data privacy and security in the connected home. And we thank Bitdefender for specially highlighting that topic. After that panel, we have a special roundtable session today. This is the first of a series of roundtables we're hosting throughout the year that brings you the voice of the pro channel and trades. These folks are on the front lines of selling, installing, and supporting the connected home. And so we're all going to learn from their deep and valuable experiences and hear directly about the challenges of connectivity and installing smart home tech. And of course, thank you to our sponsors. We couldn't host these events without your support. We really appreciate the support of Alarm.com, Cox Communities, F-Secure, Homebase, Plume, AirTies, Bitdefender, Johnson Controls. Thank you to NICE, Notion, Rapid Response Monitoring, RealPage, Residio, and Schneider Electric. And also a big thank you to Amtrust, Gagion, Cooktop Safety, Iris, and Assurant. We really, really appreciate your support and your leadership. Also, a big thank you to the industry organizations and media organizations who support our Connection series as well. I want to take a minute to mention that we do have a hybrid approach to Connections this year. Our flagship Connections event in May will be back in person, and we will also have several virtual sessions throughout the year. So we are finalizing our speaker lineup for the May in-person event right now. So if you haven't yet submitted to speak, make sure that you do so quickly. And finally, if this is your first time interacting with us, you should know that Parks Associates is an independent market research firm that specializes in emerging consumer technology, and you'll see some of our research throughout our sessions today. So please let us know if we can help support your strategic decision-making and product planning in any way. So when we think about the state of home networking, a few points I want to emphasize today include the growing adoption of connected devices in the home that are attached to and relying on the network. The new types of activities consumers are doing at home that are driving the need for more advanced equipment and more reliable services. We're also seeing interest in new value-added and gateway-enabled services, and there's a new generation of standards and networking technologies coming down the road, which of course can open the door for new opportunities for businesses across the connected home landscape. You know, consumers continue to adopt more and more internet-connected devices into their homes. We've seen a lot of growth over the past 5 years, with consumers adding around 5 additional devices into their households. You can see as of 2021, the average internet household had 14.6 connected devices in their home, and that is even higher for households with multiple household members. And a lot of that growth is coming from two main categories. So growth in smart home products like thermostats and lighting and, you know, Roombas, right? As well as connected health products, actually, like smart watches, Wi-Fi weight scales, and connected fitness equipment. So many more low bandwidth products are being added to the network and in more diverse areas of the home. And then at the same time, the bulk of connected devices in the home are devices doing higher bandwidth activities like mobile, computing, and entertainment devices. Over half of US internet households now own a smart TV, for instance, and a lot of them are streaming in 4K video. And that's to say nothing of the many folks still working from home and engaging in video meetings all day, right? All of this, more devices, more throughput, has, of course, put additional strain on Wi-Fi networks. Consumers are connecting more devices in more areas of their home than they have ever before. And so they're really running up against the limitations of their Wi-Fi coverage. And pre-pandemic, many consumers didn't necessarily pay that much attention to their Wi-Fi routers, many using routers that they received years ago and never bothered to upgrade, still relying on 802.11n or 802.11g using standards that first emerged over a decade ago. And of course, these types of households run into all sorts of issues with their home networks today. In fact, consumer reported technical issues increased in 2020 relative to 2019, and then increased again in 2021. So over half of consumers with Wi-Fi report running into issues in the last 12 months with speed or with the loss of connection, and coverage gaps, all highly common. And every year when we test problems with smart home technologies as well, among the most common technical issues that folks have with their smart home devices is problems falling off the connection to the network. In order to resolve these issues, we've seen consumers turn to various different means. Router sales of Wi-Fi 5 or even Wi-Fi 6 technology increased dramatically over the past few years, and more consumers report owning whole home Wi-Fi or Wi-Fi mesh networking products. In just 1 year, we saw adoption of mesh networking products jump from 27% of US broadband households owning one of those products in Q4 2020 to 39% in Q4 2021. And many consumers additionally upgraded their home internet service, and ISPs proactively bumped up consumers as well. In the third quarter of 2021, almost 3/4 of US internet households reported a download speed of 100 megabits per second or faster. And many are looking to new types of services, such as managed Wi-Fi or smart adaptive Wi-Fi from their internet service provider in order to further improve things. So this is one area that we at Parks have been covering for a while. Bundling of home internet services and other services has been on the decline for some time, with consumers turning away from that traditional legacy pay TV model in favor of more streaming friendly services. So internet service providers, in order to retain some of the benefits of the bundle, higher ARPU, higher customer satisfaction, lower churn, have turned to a number of additional services, value adds to the home to the home internet service. And as of 2021, half of households do report receiving at least one tested service. Streaming video, technical support, and of course, smart adaptive Wi-Fi are fairly popular options among consumers. Now, one of the areas that we're seeing a lot of interest in and excitement around right now is what I'm going to call gateway-enabled services running off the network gateway itself, usually through a combination of a software agent that runs locally on the CPE, then some kind of cloud backend that does the heavy lifting. And historically, running services off a gateway has been a real challenge. The software space here was really fragmented, with hardware makers using custom firmware for the most part. So an ISP, might have 6 or more different types of CPE installed, each with its own firmware. And so anyone wanting to deploy a service off of these would have to write an integration for each specific one. This takes a lot of time and effort. And so pioneers in this space have really put a lot of legwork to get things more standardized, taking a more platform approach, and pre-integrating with a firmware a bit higher up the stack. So working with open source initiatives like RDKB. It's now easier than ever for internet service providers to roll out a gateway-enabled service, and more types of services are also being deployed. Now, the consumer-oriented services that we've seen a lot of interest in fall into 3 main categories in more or less this order of popularity. The first is again, what I call smart adaptive Wi-Fi. So taking a managed Wi-Fi approach to consumer CPE. Something that we might hear a bit more on from AirTies perhaps during our panel. This approach has been really successful in improving Wi-Fi coverage in people's homes, cutting down on interference and improving overall performance, as well as giving ISPs more visibility into exactly what's going on in people's households, what's on the network, and again, cutting down on the need for people to call customer service. Second is your whole home cybersecurity. With the number of connected devices in people's homes growing every year, the attack surface inside these homes is growing as well. While computers and smartphones tend to have fairly robust security, many new IoT deployments and devices are relatively insecure. And we'll hear in our second panel, how companies like McAfee and Bitdefender are working to help better secure the connected home, often right at the home network. The third area, Wi-Fi sensing, is an area with many potential use cases and something we're just beginning to see more and more companies express interest in. Current use cases include home safety monitoring, wellness monitoring for seniors, and smart home automation, among others. The technology is really moving more towards standardization, with Wi-Fi motion sensing expected to be included in the 802.11bf standard in 2024. Now, something that we've seen here at Parks is that consumers with more value-added services tend to be happier and tend to be more likely to recommend their internet service provider to others than those without such services. So, when testing NPS scores by the number of value-added services a customer indicates that they have from their ISP, we find a pretty strongly positive relationship. So as the consumer adds services, the average NPS goes higher, rising from 20, an NPS of 20 for one service, all the way to 60 for 5 or more services. And for reference, as of 2021, the ISP average in the US overall was a 12. And that's up considerably from where it was a few years ago when typically ISP NPS scores were in the negative. So certainly these value-added services help boost the image of internet service providers. It's a great way for consumers. Consumers are happy about them, they're excited about them, and there's more stickiness here. So to bring it home as we transition to our panel, describing what this all means for players across the connected home landscape, the number of devices connected to home networks is at an all-time high, will only continue to go up. The smart home's growing in popularity, and people need more coverage in more areas of their home than ever before. And at the same time, there are all of these devices, video quality continues to improve, and people are doing video calling, so downlink and uplink requirements likewise continue to increase. So people need faster internet service, higher quality CPE, and capability of handling these increasingly complex use cases and scenarios. New gateways, new firmware are also enabling these new gateway-enabled services and really further improving on that core Wi-Fi proposition while helping to increase customer satisfaction and loyalty. And of course, there are new standards and new technologies coming into the market, whether that be Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7, 5G increasingly coming into the home as a way to provide connectivity to the home, and then new standards that are tackling interoperation between the devices built on top of the network like Matter. So how are all of these new standards and technologies going to disrupt the home network and open up even more opportunity? We're going to turn to our panel for some insights here, and I'm so pleased to welcome them into the conversation now. I'd like to ask each of you to introduce yourselves and your organizations and tell us a little bit about your organization. And I'm going to start here with Todd Kazi, who's the Vice President of Business Development at Support.com. Hi, Todd.
Hi, Jennifer.
Thanks so much for joining us today. Tell us a little bit about yourself and about Support.com.
My name is Todd Cozy. I'm the Vice President of Business Development for Support.com. We're a global provider of technical and customer support solutions. We have about 1,000 home-based professionals that deliver 24/7 support for a variety of blue chip devices, brands, and service networks. Very happy to be here today, and I'm looking forward to participating in the panel.
Great. Thank you, Todd. Thanks for being here. Next up, we have John Manassian, who's the Director of Product Management with Linksys. Hi, John.
How are you, Jennifer?
I'm great. Thanks so much. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your role at Linksys.
Yeah, so I am John Manassian. I am the Director of Product Management for Linksys. Many of us in the Wi-Fi space, I think, grew up with a Linksys router way in the ancient days of the 90s. But we've come a long way. We are a powerhouse on the consumer electronics side. We do quite a bit of business with telcos and service providers around the world. And with our most recent strategic partnership with Fortinet, we are very heavily investing in the cybersecurity space of home networking now as well too. So lots of excitement, lots to talk about.
Fantastic. Thanks, John. Appreciate you being here. And next up, we have Tony Testa, who's the Director of Marketing with Qorvo. Hi, Tony.
Hi, Jennifer, and thanks for having us.
Thanks for being here.
So just a quick bit on Qorvo. We are a radio frequency solution provider. So specific into this space for consumer premise equipment and enterprise equipment, our team focuses on the front-end solutions and filtering solutions for Wi-Fi, as well as full IoT solutions. So this is the hardware, software of multi-protocol for IoT. So BLE, Zigbee, Thread, and certainly excited about the upcoming Matter, and we'll talk through that, I believe, through the presentation here.
Great to have your perspective here on the panel as well. Thanks, Tony. And next we have Oz Yildirim, who's the EVP and General Manager of North America for AirTies. Hi, Oz. How are you?
Hi, Jennifer. Thanks for having us.
Being here. Tell us a little bit more about yourself and your role at AirTies.
Yeah, my name is Oz Yildirim, and I'm EVP of America's Business Unit. We are among the most widely deployed provider of managed Wi-Fi solutions to operators around the globe. with customers such as AT&T, Altis, T-Mobile, Vodafone, and many others. We are currently managing more than 33 million homes with 650 million actively connected devices. Our product portfolio includes AirTies Edge, smart Wi-Fi software for broadband gateways, AirTies cloud management platform, and its companion app, as well as Wi-Fi mesh extenders. And even before the pandemic, we knew that connectivity has become as essential as water. Nowadays, people have come to depend on their home Wi-Fi more than ever, as you mentioned, with applications such as telemedicine, education, and the need to stay connected with friends and family. And our mission is to empower service providers to deliver best connected home experience for their customers.
Fantastic. You hit on a lot of what we're going to talk about here today, which is great. Now, I want to mention to the audience who's watching today, remember that we do have a chat tab and a polling tab. So in the chat or questions tab, if you have questions for the panel, you can submit those questions there, and we'll pull in your great questions later in this conversation. There's also a few polling questions for you. So go ahead and check those out and get your answers in now, because we'll bring those into our conversation in a few minutes. So please go ahead and answer those. To start off, I'm going to start with you, Todd, and then go to Tony. I'd love to start with what I set up as kind of the problems with the home network, right? The home network is more essential than ever, and is something that we've perhaps taken for granted, that the past couple of years, working from home, schooling from home, healthcare from home, as Oz mentioned, really fantastic point. It's an absolute necessity to have high performing connectivity and reliability to connectivity to the home, and then in the home. What are the common issues that you think are really highest, to solve for still today? Todd?
Well, one of the clear issues that at least we are faced with at support.com is there's a proliferation of IoT devices. I think we all understand and know there's, I think you mentioned 14.6 connected devices. That matches spot on with what we see servicing customers after the sale, because it's just not one consumer device or item that they're purchasing. They're purchasing a device that is going to interconnect and perform a marriage between the devices, the software, and the connectivity. And nobody has the same devices, software, and connectivity. So one of the dynamics one of the challenges that we face every single day is we're tasked with staying up to date on just the plethora of information and changes that is naturally occurring in the industry. Customers have grown to expect sort of this seamless interconnectivity, and there's just so many reasons why it might not happen. And one of the clear challenges, at least for our business, is to stay on top of it and be able to deliver seamless resolutions for our customers.
Yeah, and to follow up there, one thing that we hear a lot is that the path to resolution for users isn't always clear, right? They don't know if the problem is their internet service provider or the gateway itself, right? Or the device that's sitting on the gateway that is having the problem. And so do you see, pretty much everyone in the ecosystem is having to bear the support costs of things not working correctly? Are you seeing a lot of that at support.com?
Yeah, no question. Our business is very robust with new entrants, new people, new businesses, new service providers, and new partners that are interested in solving this gap, because some people really expect, some consumers, I think probably most of us, expect a high level of service, and when we don't find that seamless ability to do what we want to do with the devices and the services that we purchase, it becomes a real challenge. So yeah, I think that there's a lot of opportunity for all of us to continue to work together. And when customers have these issues, they want their problems solved day and night, and that's what we are there to do for them.
Yeah. Tony, from your perspective, what do you think are the biggest challenges to solve for in home networking today?
Yeah, I think still underlying whole home coverage and really ensuring with the new applications, the new use cases, the new capabilities, and just the spread of connections throughout a home today, that the high throughput, low latency type connections that applications demand, it actually has that coverage. And there has been some tremendous, improvements, I think, in Wi-Fi as we moved to Wi-Fi 6 and added Wi-Fi meshing. And as we go to 6E and we add an enormous, 1.2 gigabits of additional spectrum to utilize, this really creates some great opportunities. And I think we'll talk a little later about some of the further expansions coming to help solve that. But to tie it back maybe to the interoperability that Todd brought up, I think it's a great point. And what's happening today is consumers buy an IoT device or functionality for the home. It often is associated with a very specific radio protocol and may have customized or unique software capabilities. And Wi-Fi is a great whole home coverage for really a transport system to the cloud, right? Through whether it's a fixed wireless access or cable or fiber, to the home. But it also then requires all these additional, plugins to ride on that network. And we are seeing a lot of both retail and service provider inclusions now of multi-protocols into the gateways and router systems to allow that connectivity. And I think, we mentioned Matter briefly earlier. As Matter rolls out into the systems, we'll have this sort of overlaying communication that allows, the data and the links to communicate across these different radio protocols and really become invisible to the user, right? You won't have to have a host of different gateways and different connectivity options to manage these new IoT devices.
Yeah, I think that's so important and a really critical trend of the multi, radio devices that are coming to market. Since you mentioned Matter, happy to ask whether or not you can expand a little bit on Qorvo, what you're doing today to prepare for that rollout. We have seen lots of industry support for Matter, but also delays in rollouts. And so trying, to understand for the rest of the industry what that's really going to look like. Is there anything that you can share from Qorvo's perspective?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Qorvo sits in and participates heavily in the CSA association and looking at the rollout and inclusion of Matter. Our devices today, we are already ensuring that both our gateway multi-protocol devices as well as our connected devices, so the client and end node type devices, are Matter ready, and we will be ready to support this transition. Again, I think it's, as we targeted specific areas of the IoT platforms, you'll see, certain devices linger towards either Zigbee or Z-Wave or BLE. But there really is some great functionality about integrating, onboarding that multiple uses of those technologies bring to the end user, right? In terms of making it very easy to add the device into the network. So we really are still focused on multi-protocol. We are heavy into the UWB side, and we really see the ability to get location information and the application's need for location information becoming very, very interesting as we look at some of these new advanced applications within the home, specifically some of the services that will be provided from the service providers.
Fantastic. So I'd love to turn to John and then Oz here as well, maybe to speak a little bit about the next level of sort of value-added services and experiences that we're able to build at the network level, right? Whether that be traffic prioritization in the home, when you talk about something like delivering healthcare to the home, right? Or work over my kids streaming YouTube, or, during the day, whether it's that or managed devices, connected devices on the network, or cybersecurity, premium cybersecurity. John, can you talk a little bit about the opportunities or the types of, new experiences and services that are able to be supported today at the network level?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I will just echo what Todd and Tony just talked about as well, too. At the end of the day, when you have so many IoT devices jumping onto the Wi-Fi network, you are straining and stressing that network in different ways, right? And I think the important thing from us in the industry is to really try to go find a way to go combine all of the power that these latest standards and technologies offer, and make it so that it is invisible, it is seamless to that consumer. So, we don't want the consumer to know what quality of service, for example, is, and how do you go program their Wi-Fi devices to deliver the quality of service for streaming television at the expense of Wi-Fi connected thermostats or whatever the case might be. We want the system to be intelligent enough to be able to do that automatically for them. And just like everyone else has said, I think Matter kind of bridges that gap and standardizes things so that from a consumer perspective it becomes a lot more palatable and usable. I will also say from our perspective specifically, we've been a big proponent of whole home mesh Wi-Fi systems for a very long time now. One of the most prevalent concerns that we get is the Wi-Fi signal just does not seem to be prevalent and encompasses the entire home. And so creating that mesh environment, and more importantly, an adaptive mesh environment that can automatically reconfigure itself as furniture gets moved, as home decor changes or the use cases change, I think is important. I think at the same time, when we look at the proliferation of IoT devices, I think Jennifer, you talked about earlier in the introduction, the attack surface from a cybersecurity perspective becomes exponentially greater. I can go run antivirus on my laptop. My phone has antivirus on it, but if that thermostat is a gateway into my home from a hacker's perspective, the lateral movement that's available is pretty significant. And so creating that cybersecurity value proposition and finding a way to go secure the home network entirely, I think is going to be critical from a value perspective. Not necessarily something that's going to be that glitzy new toy, but absolutely critical to get this thing to hum.
Yeah, and certainly we continue to see in our data that privacy and security concerns around the smart home devices specifically continues to be a barrier to purchase for a certain segment of customers, right? And just to kind of build on the point about coverage in the home, I mentioned that we have seen a dramatic increase of mesh products over the past 2 years, right? I mean, which is fantastic, because we're also seeing more consumers adopt connected devices for the smart home that are actually on the perimeter of the home, right? They're not necessarily close to the router. They are outdoor. They are video doorbells. They are cameras. They are lighting. They are gate controls, right? Pool pumps. I mean, really things that are extending beyond the traditional, perhaps, reach of strong Wi-Fi. Oz, I'd love to get your perspective as well on, what you're seeing as great value-added services and features at the network level.
Yeah, so mostly in line with what John said. What we are seeing is that ISPs are integrating Wi-Fi management and whole home Wi-Fi coverage service first, that being the foundation for all other ARPU generating services. And with whole home Wi-Fi solution, operators can generate additional ARPU while driving down churn rates and OPEX costs. Recently, we conducted a customer lifetime value analysis that shows a CLV uplift of additional 2,000 revenue per customer by deploying our managed Wi-Fi solution. And after whole home Wi-Fi, we are helping our customers for new ARPU generating services by providing the software foundation. We currently see operators are demanding solutions in 3 areas, I could say. First, elevating network security, give customers a peace of mind, block malicious network traffic, and stop people from seeing unsuitable web content. Second, transforming Wi-Fi APs and clients into motion sensors. Use Wi-Fi for motion detection applications, such as remote care monitoring and home security. And third, offloading 5G and mobile networks into Wi-Fi with open roaming. And for these new services, our software acts like an app store where you can easily integrate new services into your existing CPE. Since our edge software is already integrated into close to 100 third-party routers from major OEMs, we are significantly reducing time to market for ISPs.
That study you just quoted is really powerful. So I'd love to dig into that a little bit. You mentioned, an uplift of $2,000, and I think, if I'm saying this right, if I heard this right, customer lifetime value, right,
Yes.
for deploying the smart Wi-Fi. So can you help us understand, is that due to consumers staying on the subscription with that service provider longer, or the ability to add on fees or move customers up to a premium tier of service, or all of the above, right? What's behind those numbers?
Yeah, it's all of the above. Customers are subscribing for the service, and they're basically paying a monthly fee for whole home Wi-Fi coverage. The churn rate is going down. We had customers in Europe and US. They reported a 50% reduction in support calls for Wi-Fi complaints. And I think that CLV analysis may be on your portal on the Parks website.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah. So in Swap Card, for those who are watching, there is an opportunity to download additional materials. So thanks so much for sharing that study with us. I'm going to go read that. Look at the numbers. That's fantastic. Thanks for sharing. Now, we did ask the audience a polling question really right on this topic. What value-added services has the most revenue potential for ISPs to offer subscribers? So I'm going to kind of read out the results here, and Oz, I'll come back to you for an additional take on this. So we gave them a couple options. So we said parental controls, app-based control, just remote monitoring of the home network, traffic prioritization work versus gaming versus other things in the home, whole home cybersecurity protection for all connected devices kind of on the network, over-the-top video services, and then home security is essentially a new type of service that can be offered. And the number one answer here at 35% is whole home cybersecurity protection with all connected devices. Is that result surprising to you, or what do you think about our audience's thoughts here?
Yeah, that's fully in line with what we are seeing as demand from our customers. But that's after whole home Wi-Fi.
Right.
I don't think you had the whole home Wi-Fi in your list. So that's usually the foundation for all other services in the home. And after that, definitely we are seeing network-based cybersecurity is the top demand from customers.
Great. Now, Todd, I'd love to kind of come back to you on this idea of additional kind of services that ISPs can offer, even beyond at the network level. What do you see, as I mentioned in kind of my setup, that of course the traditional bundle of services is starting to break apart with so much cord cutting from pay TV, and so more and more consumers actually just get internet service from their provider now, which means that it's a little bit of a less sticky service. So providers are trying to improve the experience and add kind of what is the new bundle of services. So interested to hear what you're seeing there from your perspective, Todd.
So at support.com, we provide all of the customers' technical support and needs and questions that they have after they've purchased devices, been connected to a network, and have started to attempt to use their product. We provide a whole home support. So we do cover all the devices, all internet connected, IoT connected devices in the home. We do provide support for that. And we are brand agnostic, lifestyle device, network agnostic. So that puts us in a unique position to be able to help consumers solve a variety of problems that isn't always spelled out in an owner's manual, or doesn't always, is not always quite clear from a provider of services. So you mentioned security. Security is one of the top 5 issues that we deal with. So there's no question that that's always top of mind, with consumers. We actually receive about 500,000 inquiries from customers a month related to technical support services. And these support services are really an ideal match for device manufacturers that don't offer it. Service providers have the ability to bundle it with their existing services or sell it standalone, or we're available direct to consumer. There's no question that today value-added services are important, and there is a variety of options for both consumers and our partners. I think that these services are critical to keep something sold, to prevent returns. We have tools, we have a couple of tools worth mentioning. We have something called C support, which allows us to do remote diagnostic work through live video with the customer. So we can connect directly with the customer and see what they see in real time. We also have something called Guided Pass. Guided Pass is a library of over 10,000 devices that we have solutions already built for. It's available on the internet, and it's available through support.com. But value-added services are going to continue to grow, and we want to be a part of that.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks, Todd. One thing I'd love to talk a little bit more about is the next generations of technologies and where the network is evolving to, right? First, let's take it from the consumer perspective. Do consumers, and I'm going to go to Tony and Oz here, do consumers understand the benefits of Wi-Fi 6 over older, wireless protocols? And what do you think the consumer kind of education piece needs to be here for what the differences in the technology are and the importance of moving to new generation equipment? So Oz first, and then I'll go to Tony. Go ahead, Oz.
Yeah, I mean, our view is consumers should not need to know what Wi-Fi technology they are using, and they typically don't know. And reality is typically we are getting a new Wi-Fi standard every 5 years. I think we should separate penetration. When we look at the penetration of the new standards, we should separate client devices and access points. Mm-hmm. On the client side, penetration always takes time since the install base is very big. We're talking about like 20 billion connected devices in the world. And when we look at Airtie's data, Wi-Fi 6 client penetration in the US was 11% at the beginning of 21. And it almost doubled to 19% at the end of the year. And we are forecasting we will be around 26% at the end of 22. Wi-Fi 6 penetration is quite fast, but it usually takes 5-6 years for new Wi-Fi protocol to reach 40-50% penetration in the field. On the access point side, though, more than 80% of the mesh APs we shipped to US last year was Wi-Fi 6. Mm-hmm. And efficiency of Wi-Fi 6 increases as you have more and more Wi-Fi 6 clients connected to Wi-Fi 6 access points. But in current environment, Wi-Fi 6 devices have to share same 5 gigahertz band with older Wi-Fi devices. And the client devices are getting smarter, and the complexity is there very selfish. They would like to connect to fastest available radio without considering the overall impact to the network. To give you an example, a 1x1 Wi-Fi 4 11N device detects a very fast 4x4 Wi-Fi 6 radio at 5 gigahertz and tries to connect to it. And then you have this very old and slow Wi-Fi clients connected to your latest Wi-Fi 6 radio. It may bring entire network performance down. And every network and topology is unique and may require custom optimizations to get best experience. And for Wi-Fi 6E, it doesn't have this problem. It's all the devices at 6E will be operating at 6 gigahertz. It will be greenfield. So we are estimating we will have less optimizations to do with 6E networks than we do with Wi-Fi 6.
Are you seeing much in the way of your ISP customers proactively upgrading their equipment that's installed in the field versus regular kind of turnover timeframes to get folks who are on very legacy, gateways more up to speed to take advantage of all the benefits that occur to the ISP as well?
They are. I mean, Wi-Fi 6 penetration on the access point side, as I mentioned, is much faster than what it was in the previous Wi-Fi standards. I have to say it was also due to the chipset crisis. It was almost impossible to find Wi-Fi 5 chips in the market. So that really increased the penetration to Wi-Fi 6 based access points and gateways.
Interesting. Awesome. Actually, we got a question from the audience that I was going to bring in a minute, but you went right there. We had a question about whether or not the ongoing supply chain crisis, so it's not over yet, but will it impact the rollout of 6E and Matter compliant gateways? Do you think companies would even jump straight to Wi-Fi 7?
I mean, it just accelerates everything because the older generation chips are using older technologies, and with the wafer crisis that's going on, it's impossible to use this technology. So Wi-Fi 6, 6E, and 7 now, it will just go faster.
Interesting. Okay, Tony, you're shaking your head there. Go ahead and
yeah, no, I see. I think Oz was right on spot, right? In terms of just, first of all, in the CP space and shipments of Wi-Fi 6, and even now 6E technology, yeah, certainly ours is well over that 80% mark as well, right? So I think, if you look at the home networks and the need for home networks and mesh networking to be prevalent in consumers' usage to get that coverage, it definitely seems a good adoption there. I also agree. I think there's a lot of confusion maybe on the difference between Wi-Fi 5 and 6, and consumers will certainly look at the advertised throughputs and range and comments that are there. But I think, as we've all discussed, even, in perfect line of sight, as soon as you put that into a home network or a multi-dwelling unit, you get all the factors that come in. And I think John, touched on adaptive mesh. And really, as we look at 6E and then moving to 7, the capabilities and the networks itself certainly are going to expand, and we're seeing already today a lot of subbanding where you dedicate certain portions of the band to communicate to the backhaul, connecting these messages in the mesh networks, and then you have dedicated client connections so that you're operating on different frequencies. The greenfield in 6 gigahertz provides a lot of very wide channel capabilities to have good throughput, both splitting that for dedicated backhaul and client communications. So there's going to be a lot of flexible options, and we're really looking at ways to enable more flexibility in usage of the particular channels. Right? Again, should be invisible to the consumer. They just know they're using a high throughput device or application. They want to have that connectivity. And let the network manage how it gets there and how the radio operates to do so. So we're excited in seeing that. I think the other thing that hits us all is consumers want, the small is beautiful mentality, right? So the smallest you can get the device and the more discreet and aesthetic has become very important. And the needs of that system, of course, are going the opposite direction, right? More channels, more MIMO configurations, more power. And so there's this continuous evolution, and I think that's also accelerating the Wi-Fi standard evolution, right? It's just to enable some of the functionality to keep power and thermals minimized and allow these devices to be small and not noisy, no fans and those kind of operations, right? Because I think operators get those phone calls as well, right? Why is this noisy box going off when I'm trying to watch my TV show and trying to get that?
Absolutely. Well, and I'd love to make sure we get John's perspective from Linksys as well on, the next generations of networking technology, as well as something that Tony touched on earlier, which is, multi radio, right? Configurations within the gateway. We also see 5G coming into the home. I actually have an audience poll question I'll pull up in just a second, asking whether or not folks think that, Wi-Fi 5G is really going to be able to be a compelling alternative to fixed in the home. So, John, tell us a little bit more about what you think of, the next generations of networking technology, these products.
Yeah, no, and then I'll build off of what both Oz and Tony just said, right? As a device manufacturer, the chipset crisis has hit us. There's no denying it. It has blown up just about every roadmap plan that I think anyone in the industry has had, and will continue to do so. But I think it's important to sort of just take a step back and think about the telco and the service provider perspective here as well too, right? Especially when you're talking about mesh systems, you have multiple nodes running concurrently in the home. Each of those could be a potential failure point. When one fails, as a service provider, I am expected to ship a replacement out. I typically don't replace the entire home network, right? I will simply look to replace the one device that failed. Inevitably, we're going to run into a situation where you have a mismatch of older generation Wi-Fi 5, Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 6E, soon to be told, Wi-Fi 7 type devices. And all of these things sort of have to run in concert inside that home, which really exponentially increases the complexities that you need to worry about and manage, not only from having the technology work, but also the customer experience that results. Now, to go back to your question, Jennifer, around what other things are out there, right? So certainly Wi-Fi 7 is on the horizon. There's a lot of work being done by the chipset vendors to get that to market. I think 5G is a definite delivery option. Certainly the economics compel for it, right? At the end of the day, I don't know what numbers people look at, but it costs you roughly $55,000 a mile to trench for new fiber, right? It costs you $55 a subscriber to set up a new a 5G connection. So the economics are certainly compelling toward the 5G as a delivery option. I think Oz was the one that mentioned this, but certainly 5G has a Achilles heel in that it works great outdoors, but it doesn't do so well indoors. And so you really need that offload capability going from 5G to Wi-Fi inside the building or inside the premise. We think there's a ample opportunity for sort of dual delivery of the broadband service, whether it's 5G plus another broadband capability aggregated, or one being offered as a failover to the other, makes a whole lot of sense as we sort of look forward in the universe here.
Yeah, and our audience, when I asked if 5G could be a compelling alternative in the home over the next 3 years, about 32% said yes, 24% said no, and 44% said too soon to tell. So the proof is in the pudding there. We did have an interesting audience question. We only have a few minutes left, so I'd like to make sure I get a chance to bring in this audience question. One was actually about how at the end, how important the funding coming from the government for our service providers and consumers in the U.S. is for the future of broadband. We've heard about, once in a lifetime opportunities with a lot of money being invested. Obviously, I think, policymakers have had their eyes open as to really the utility that is an absolute necessity for today's, living, that everybody is connected. Where do you think all the money is going to be spent? And how will this new funding really impact the industry? So anybody want to jump in on that, or I'm happy to call on somebody.
I'd love if we get all of it at Linksys. I mean, I wouldn't
Right. So
complain.
yes, all going to Linksys. So John, what would you do with the money at
No,
Linksys, right? So
no, I think it is an important point to bring up. Certainly, the rural broadband initiatives that are being funded now by the federal government are making a compelling case to go invest there. In the urban environment, again, a conglomeration of different technologies for that service delivery, right? Whether it's fixed wireless, whether it's millimeter wave or fiber. At the end of the day, I think fundamentally the country has realized that networks are no longer just a nice to have, but they're a fundamental part of daily living. And just like being able to turn on the lights in the home, you have to have broadband networks inside the home for you to work, live, play, lead your life. I mean, this is the new reality. So I'm actually very, very grateful for the funding that the government's supporting.
Yeah, I
Right.
think that infrastructure side is certainly a big part of it, but I think we would all love to see, I mean, joking aside, right, to go to Linksys, but to the actual technology domestically. And as we're living through this supply chain crunch and the requirements of the ever evolving need for advanced semiconductors, advanced capabilities, all of the power regulations and reductions that are in play. It'd be great to see a good chunk of that, right? Continue to fund the capabilities domestically, right? To go ahead and bring about more technology, more capabilities, expanded production to really fulfill the needs that are out there.
Yeah, it's such a great, important point. We have a question specific to Todd, so I'm going to take that. And then I'd love to wrap up maybe, Oz, if you could share some thoughts, right? Thinking about where all of this innovation is heading with the home network, what you think manufacturers across the connected home landscape should really be keeping their eye on. So I'm going to let you have the last word on that. But Todd, first to you. You mentioned earlier that you were getting, 500,000 calls that were not tech support related. And so the question is, what are the topics of those calls that you're getting, right, that are not necessarily tech support? So some interest in understanding that better.
Well, if I said that, I misspoke just a little, but it's technical and customer support, but it's all interrelated to our discussion here. We get a troubling number of calls relative to security. So a big chunk of what our people do are things like answer general questions over someone's concern over a slow computer, or removing a virus or malware. They don't have a smart friend. Consumers just don't have a smart friend that they can rely on anytime, day or night, to give them these answers when they need them the most. And so one of the things that we do is answer these kinds of questions for our consumers. And again, being one of the top 5 issues, security is dramatically increased over the last couple of years, and we anticipate that's going to continue to grow just due to the number of bad actors and some of the interconnectedness of the way that we use devices and the networks and so forth. But that's our job. That's our penance. Support.com is there to answer those questions. We have live agents as well as a way through techsolutions.support.com to answer anybody's questions. And we're one of the most visited sites on the internet with respect to asking questions about devices and connectivity.
Fantastic. Thank you for clarifying that. Well, as promised, I'm going to let you wrap up here. What should the manufacturers of all of the devices across the connected home that are sitting on top of all of your products here today and your services, really be keeping their eye on as we see Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 6E, Wi-Fi 7, right, et cetera, coming out?
For us, that's really measuring the experience of the customer. We have KPIs like speed, coverage, latency, interference. They look nice on slide decks, and customers like to see these numbers, but these are not actionable enough. And we have a new application coming into our lives every day, and each application has different needs. Some of them are bandwidth hungry, some of them are just packet loss or jitter sensitive. So really understanding real time what the needs of the application is and adapting your Wi-Fi accordingly is the way to basically improve the experience of the customer. Otherwise, static KPIs like I want speed to be at this number, coverage to be at this size, that is not really helping in today's world. We really need to be dynamic and really focus on experience of the customer.
Great point to end on. Thank you all so much for your time and your insights today. Very exciting to see all of the work that you're doing in the industry. Next up, give us just a minute to make a quick swap here. We will have our executive spotlight with our President Elizabeth Parks talking to Charles Cheevers with CommScope. Thanks so much.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us. That was an awesome conversation and a great presentation from Parks Associates Vice President of Research, Jennifer Kent. My name is Elizabeth Parks, and I'm the President and Chief Marketing Officer of Parks Associates. Thank you again for joining us today, and I'm so pleased to be able to welcome Charles Cheever, the CTO of CommScope, to share more about the evolution of the home network and broadband and Wi-Fi in the home. Thank you so much, Charles, for joining us. With decades of industry insight, we're really looking forward to hearing more from you and the future of broadband. So we will be taking questions from the audience. If you have any questions, go ahead and put them in the chat. And then we'll go ahead and get started with an intro and presentation from Charles.
Thanks very much, Elizabeth, and great session beforehand, rolling into my discussion on where Wi-Fi is going. So I think we'll be very much aligned, but I hope to introduce a few extra concepts to the audience, and hopefully we can have a chat about it afterwards.
Absolutely.
So let's get going then. So as Elizabeth said, I'm the chief troublemaker in CommScope, trying to figure out where the home is going over the next 5 years. So I'm going to look at the Wi-Fi evolution, as the previous panel also discussed, and try and bring up some of the specific items that we have to look at as consumers, as service providers, as retail, and try and drive some of this new technology out there. So from a consumer perspective, we've seen the evolution goes from Wi-Fi 5 with a single access point typically driving most of the home. Then we realized that we needed connectivity everywhere in the home. So we brought in mesh devices, and particularly then we brought in a new MAC and Wi-Fi 6 to address that. Then we opened up spectrum with this massive amount of new spectrum that we have, particularly in North America with 1.2 gigahertz in this new 6 gigahertz band. And that sort of moved the needle a little bit away from mesh maybe to more of a trunk kind of solution where you have, one really high power access point or gateway, and then one other device, you typically with a really good backhaul between the two of them using this new 6 gigahertz spectrum. And then you flood the whole home, even up to 5,000 square feet with all the connectivity that you need. Now we're confusing the consumer a little bit more now with this magical new Wi-Fi 7 solution that's coming really fast on the heels of 6E. So they're just getting used to the new spectrum products, and now we're bringing in a new version of Wi-Fi and Wi-Fi 7 that brings a lot new features to that spectrum. We also have terminology that really kind of throws them a bit, like VLP and LPI and standard power, which we have to consumerize, right? We have to make those new things that they understand. And then we have other technical things about, do we support Uni4 to add more to 5 gigahertz? Do we have tri-bands with 255, or do we have tri-bands with 256? Do we have quad bands and all that stuff? So it is kind of confusing, but the great thing is that certainly Wi-Fi 7 is the evolution that we need to create the next generation of wireless home connectivity. But generally, consumers, do they really care about whether it's 6, 6E, 7? A certain portion of the population do, right? But they care about, the best and really working well and reliability. So even things like cars now are becoming Wi-Fi connected, right? And we will see people selling cars by saying that it has 4 tires and 4 wheels, but it also has a Wi-Fi 7 in it as a selling proposition, right? So a whole new kind of dimension. But in the home, where I'm focused on primarily, right, there's, we think of Wi-Fi as Wi-Fi, but it's really now probably 4 or 5 networks that are in the home that are all destined to different directions, right? We have 2.4 gigahertz that's destined to really work at range, be the IoT and network, has two megahertz channels to work really far, right? So we have the ability to mine that out in the Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 7 world. We have very low power for this new 6 gigahertz spectrum that's really, tabletop type functionality in room at 225 milliwatts that we can maybe drive immersive VR and AR services on. We have 5 gigahertz, which will become the main pivot point into this new spectrum of 6 gigahertz, which continues to be the main workhorse. We have the new 6 gigahertz LPI standard, where it can drive up to over 4 gigabits in room on 160 megahertz channel. Wi-Fi 7 bringing in 320, as everyone has talked before, I guess, and also bringing in new features that we want. And particular now, even getting to 4 watts of standard power to really blast across the home. But on the sort of deployment side and the cost side for consumers in retail and the service provider side, Wi-Fi 6, dual band concurrent, always going to be the cheapest solution, as the previous panel said. A huge amount of devices shipped. 6E then brought in the new spectrum, but it has to go to tri-band. So that cost adder has to be there. The value for the cost adder is certainly there for the consumer. So we have to figure out ways to mine that out with the consumer. And we have Wi-Fi 7 now coming in to bring wider channels, new architectures, possibly even quad band solutions, which again are more costly. The cost per megabit has dropped significantly from a Wi-Fi perspective, but because we add extra radios and new frequencies, that adds to the cost of the device. So from a consumer pull perspective, then where do we think in 2025 things are going to go? So based on the cost dynamics, particularly for service providers, the dual band concurrent Wi-Fi 6 is going to be a good workhorse for people that just need good connectivity. They're not in congested environments. Their needs on Wi-Fi are lower, right? But it's the most economical one. But as we see the new services coming in, being driven on 6 gigahertz technology, we'll see that tier then start, the premium tier will start to pull in Wi-Fi 6E at the moment. And then we think that Wi-Fi 7 will replace that pretty quickly, right? Given given the momentum in the market for Wi-Fi 7 silicon. Products can be in play by the end of the year. Certainly by the middle of next year, we expect a lot of Wi-Fi 7 products to be in play. And then 2024 being the big kind of bonanza for Wi-Fi 7, all the elements coming together. So it's this kind of pricing, tiering, particularly in service providers, of bringing in the new products to the existing higher tiers and dropping them down to mid and lower tiers over time. Again, consumers also value lowest cost, right? So on the left-hand side, you have typically devices that are much more performance capable, more premium products. The right side, we have the lower cost products like Wise cameras that are in the $20 range, right? Those devices rely on low cost Wi-Fi to create the economics of a low cost solution. With silicon shortage moving process nodes lower, I think a lot of our IoT devices will drive into this Wi-Fi 6 space a lot quicker. And the price will probably rise a bit on those, right? But the value and the performance will be there for it. So we have to keep an eye on the lower end devices and that mixed solution in the home. For 6 gigahertz to survive, though, or not to survive, to thrive, it needs its applications. So in the previous generations of Wi-Fi, we brought in 5 gigahertz. So 2.4 was the original, then 5 gigahertz came in. It basically created the OTT video environment we have today. Applications like YouTube and Netflix all relied on 5 gigahertz capacity and performance. Today, about 80% of all home traffic is video, 10% is gaming, and the rest is our emails and shared files and other stuff. So really, for 6 gigahertz to be leveraged, it has to bring the video into it. And obviously things like immersive video will drive in there. But initially, the initial 6 gigahertz use cases that make immediate deployment sense are for 6 gigahertz mesh, right? To use the 6 gigahertz as a backhaul between 2 or more devices. For video, particularly in congested environments, right? You don't need huge capacity even for 8K video, 100 megabits, 50 megabits, but it's that reliability of that clear channel, particularly in an MDU environment. 6 gigahertz used as the kind of 5G when you're in home from your 5G experience outside the home, right? Flipping onto a specific 6 gigahertz SSID for higher performance on your phone. That's another application that can be played out. Replacing Ethernet cable performance, right? If you want the reliability of Ethernet cable with schedule-based resource unit managed services on 6 gigahertz with a lot of clear channel capability in the coming years, you can have the same performance as Ethernet. And then it will drive a new home architecture, as we showed earlier. So, two of the big applications that we look at are on the sort of near-term realistic side of things, removing congestion in MDUs with having dedicated 6 gigahertz channels. There's 14 80 megahertz channels, so every apartment could have its own Wi-Fi channel, right? No more congestion. Cost of operations, cost of support for a service provider reduces significantly. So being able to put key applications like video and gaming onto 6 gigahertz just makes a whole lot of sense if they're 90% of the traffic. On the other side, we have the future, right? We have these immersive services where in-room wireless connectivity needed capacity and low latency. You needed 2 milliseconds Wi-Fi in the home. You need 15 milliseconds round trip time for cloud VR solutions to work, right? So with this new spectrum, we can do that. In CommScope, we've also promoted a sort of another product that we're building, which is the ability to retrofit devices with 6 gigahertz. We know clients are coming in, but today only 2 home devices or less than 2 home devices or even Wi-Fi 6. Our laptops churn every 3.8 years. Our Apple products last around for a long time, and we have games consoles also sort of last quite a while. So you have the ability to retrofit 6 gigahertz. So putting in a device that can connect into the client, having a 6 gigahertz AP even better, but you can also add 6 gigahertz capability to a dual band concurrent AP and create a single point-to-point network, for example, for gaming with low latency. The other big area that we want to focus on too as an industry is standard power. It's a term used by engineers within a very kind of FCC engineering R&D world, right? But consumers know nothing about 4 watts of power versus 1 watt versus 250 milliwatts. They just want Wi-Fi to work as fast as possible, as low latency as possible, at range. So we need to turn standard power on 6 gigahertz into consumer friendly. We need to have residential non-GPS solutions because standard power requires coordinates, and we need to coordinate this defined, and we need to be able to make the user comfortable that you're giving this location as a user to be able to get the benefits of super Wi-Fi in the 4-watt range. It has to be cost effective. It has to, in terms of recurring cost, there is an AFC that has to arbitrate whether you can get a channel or not, and whether you're in a microwave area or not, right? So somebody has to pay for that. It has to be application led, right? So if we're going to put in this much higher power Wi-Fi to be able to get 320 megahertz, 20 gig, 10 gig channels across the home up to 10,000 square feet, we have to drive applications to do that, right? We immersive video and certainly VR services and things like that in the future will do that. But in the interim, things like really good Wi-Fi extension solutions on just 2 devices make a lot of sense. It also has to be universal. So we're fortunate enough in the US and Canada to have standard power approved, but the regulators across the globe are still moving to that decision, right? So we would recommend that regulators look at across the globe at making standard power also available, right? Because it does make such a difference for the connected economy at home, particularly work from home. So generally, as an industry, then we have to take the nerdiness and the terminology out of things like standard power and come up with something where we all know it's Wi-Fi 7 with standard power, Wi-Fi 6E with standard power, which is some super Wi-Fi or some consumer understood technology and application that they desire. So with that, then I think if I was to predict sort of what the future home could be on 6 gigahertz spectrum, low latency features of Wi-Fi 6E and 7, it would be something like this, right? Where we have 10 gigabit burst on the network, and even 25 and 50 is being visualized and defined in standards at the moment, coming into a home where you have a Wi-Fi 7 gateway access point that's able to blast out at standard power levels, 320 megahertz channel, 4x4 at 10 gigabits across the home. Then each room then would have an in-room wireless connectivity device for that new immersive video service that would be able to take the 6 gigahertz backhaul on one channel, so that's Uni 5 in this case, and then be able to present on a 25 milliwatt VLP or even LPI controlled with a meshing solution into the room, right? So then you'd have 4 gigabits non-blocking in every room to be able to do any future low latency, high capacity application reliably in not only a large family home, but also in MDU environments, which is why we're driving this Wi-Fi 7 and standard power solutions hard, right? Because that becomes the platform then for all future services like immersive video, which is set to rise over the next 5+ years. So with that, I'll say thank you and hand back to Elizabeth.
Great. Thank you so much, Charles. That was really an awesome, detailed overview and in-depth information really on the evolution of Wi-Fi. So we do have a few questions, but love that you're highlighting the transformation of the home architecture, consumer confusion, and just understanding a lot of what this means, as well as the applications that could go with it, balancing the costs of technology innovation, and then on the product side, adding these features in to differentiate and how quickly that's going to go. And really looking at that future of services, particularly with immersive services and things like the metaverse, which I think is a really big buzzword that people are still trying to work to understand, what does that mean? So thank you again for that great presentation. Let's start off though with a question from our audience and understanding. We talked a little bit about this, and so this is the question that came up is, are companies going to skip Wi-Fi 6 or 6E and move directly to Wi-Fi 7? And what does that mean for the industry?
Well, I typically answer that question, Elizabeth, that if you don't have a design in place at the moment for a new gateway as a service provider, a new extender as a service provider, or a new retail product, and you want to provide a 6 gigahertz solution, then based on where Wi-Fi 7 is in terms of silicon development and the support elements around it, I would say that you should start now with the Wi-Fi 7 solution and not with 6E. There is a cost element to 7 that's higher, but because of the features of multi-link operation and MRU support, it's worth having, right? So my recommendation would be that I think because of the speed of Wi-Fi 7 now into the market, with we think potentially retail devices as early as the end of this year, both on the AP and client side, as well as then 2023 being a landing spot for many products in both the AP and the client side, with 24 really the opening up of real volume production of Wi-Fi 7. It seems that 6E is a shorter lived technology and hasn't been helped too with the silicon shortage, right? But anybody who's looking for a solution this year to purchase should purchase a 6E solution, because it still works in the 6 gigahertz domain is perfectly much better than a standard dual band concurrent device.
Okay, great. Thanks for expanding on that a little bit more. It does speak towards the pace of technology innovation and just the future proofing that's occurring. So, how necessary are some of these standards being introduced now in terms of current applications? Or are we really looking towards the future? You detailed out a lot of different areas, with MDUs and smart apartments, with retrofitting, standard power in the future. But, are we way in the future? What's your view on how far we're going here to future proof?
Yeah, I think it's been an interesting one, right? We've talked about there's been 3 iterations in Wi-Fi in as many years. Never had it before, right? And the access network speeds are increasing and burst speeds are increasing. Yet consumers really are still living in a 200 megabit per second bubble, right? All the applications we consume are still within 200 megabits per second. 8K video is 100 megabits or 50 megabits per second if you compress with new VVC codecs. Our video sessions at the moment are typically in a 2.5 to 5 megabit per second profile. Most video is consumed over the top at 5 megabits per second, and HD 4K is in a 15 megabit trajectory at the moment. So when we hear about 11 gigabits of Wi-Fi and 10 gigabits of network service, it all fails on the lowest common denominator, and that's typically Wi-Fi. So, and Wi-Fi is a range-based technology, and that the further you go away, the lower the speed is. So it really is now the importance of Wi-Fi to be able to get that reliability is key. Capacity is important for future services that we're going to bring, but what Wi-Fi 6E and 7 are focused on is getting rid of the latency and jitter elements of our services today, because that is the bottleneck for a lot of the future stuff that we're trying to do, be it remote, medicine at home where someone is actually operating remotely on you, not operating, but there's administering procedures. So I've actually seen some interesting remote procedures you can do at home. But there's a real reason to move to 7 fast, which is to get these features like MLO and multi-resource units mapped to the latency and jitter scheduling that we can do within Wi-Fi, so that this platform that people will move to fast in 23 and 24 will enable a raft of new latency sensitive services and capacity sensitive services. And that's what's missing today, right? In an MDU environment, even if you have lots of QoS and software solutions doing your mesh, your latency and jitter particularly can be anything between 10 milliseconds in Wi-Fi in one instance and 400 in the next instance. Whereas in 6 gigahertz, we're looking to maintain that to single digit and even get down to 2 milliseconds. And with the spectrum we have available, even peel off specific applications that have specific RUs dedicated to them, like gaming, or specific applications like security, where it's on its own kind of either chunk of spectrum or specific channel even. So that's the big paradigm shift, I think, Elizabeth, right? It's latency jitter driven and specific service driven Wi-Fi, right? Which we haven't had before.
Sure. Lots of new features being added in that create those new capabilities and applications. And we have another question from the audience. So here it is. How would Thread affect the future of product development and the customer selection of home IoT products? We could also go ahead and bring in Matter as part of this discussion for our last few minutes, and that role of interoperability and the different standards out there. So I'd love your take on this.
Yeah, we're fans of Matter trying to converge the IoT landscape with a common, layer 2 below protocol interface that maps it to an application. So Matter being the IP conversion of the IoT protocol, if I oversimplify it that way, then it's all about putting Matter hubs in where they make sense, right, to help with onboarding of Wi-Fi IoT devices. The current Thread and Zigbee devices that is focused on adding BLE support as well. So I think everybody in the industry seems to have agreed that for too long we were developing protocols for IoT and applications that were struggling to connect to them. Now Matter allows a hub to be able to connect into those multi-protocol southbound protocols, but then create the application stream on top of it. And so from anybody who's deploying a device in the home now to add Matter capability as a hub to it and participate in those border networks and existing Thread and other networks, I think is a positive thing, right? Obviously, we have to layer on the right security, which I think Matter took in the Thread security protocol, if I'm not mistaken, right? But I think Matter is certainly something that I think the industry is pushing. We're supportive of it, and I hope things can converge to Matter hubs, making single application across multiple devices work much better for consumers.
Yeah, and we certainly support the Matter initiative, and really any initiative that helps create an integrated experience that's seamless and unified and delights the consumer at the end. And it's a quite fragmented market. What do you think the concerns are, though, with creating that integration? Are there some unexpected consequences or unintended consequences that will come out of it, or it will be great because everything works and everybody's happy?
Yeah, I think there's two elements. Whoever invests in the hub is one point, right? And then whoever invests in the application is the other side of it, right? So today we have vertical applications that you buy something to be able to manage your lights in your home or to manage your thermostat. Typically, that's that's a single app for a single device. And then some companies obviously had multiple devices. Then you had things like an Amazon Alexa or a Google Home Hub or an Apple Siri device trying to say, well, I want to manage into those devices and create an ecosystem out of being able to see those devices and work with them at an application level. So that's still going to happen in terms of those vendors, and other vendors are going to figure out ways to create really important, cool applications that work across different vendors' devices that support the protocol. But in between, there's the hub point itself. So we've been, our mission has been to encourage the ability to create Matterized hub points. So if somebody has an extender or has an access point or has a set top even, that those can participate in the Matter network and be able to facilitate the onboarding to Matter applications. And those can be single applications that are provided by an application vendor, or they can feed into different applications, or a service provider, for example, can add value to the home as a single application that presents some of the features of all the devices, but not all of them, right? Because if a door lock is always the one I use, right? It's relatively straightforward to open a door lock with an on-off kind of, if it's a very specific data model like the Zigbee cluster library. But it's much more difficult then to present a one-time pass to the Amazon guide to leave something into your home. So that's the prerogative of the smart device lock provider to provide that level of application. But as part of a single app for being able to do the common things across the different devices that you buy in your home, being able to add those simple features into one common app has always been a goal of where the consumer wants to go, I think, and where we think in CommScope it should also go, right? That you should be able to have the consumer work their own Matter Hub into different end devices using simple open, close door, turn on, turn off light. And then the application providers that provide the suite of full applications for those devices, including one-time use of the door or whatever, or door lock, and that's their territory.
Yeah, it's really amazing if you think of all these devices getting connected, like a door lock, was never connected and now really is. It's getting complicated in terms of making things work. Our last question I have for you today is really specific about Wi-Fi sensing, and if you have any comments on the future of Wi-Fi sensing and how this is going to ultimately impact applications in the future.
Yeah, we're invested in putting Wi-Fi sensing into our Wi-Fi devices too. The technology is improving all the time. As people know, the more Wi-Fi clients you have in the home, the better Wi-Fi sensing solutions work, right? So if you have every room with lots of Wi-Fi clients, then Wi-Fi sensing really works to the point where you can detect breathing, limb movement, and other features. So it's all software overlay onto devices. It has a low duty cycle within the Wi-Fi access point, so it doesn't affect the Wi-Fi performance. And certainly, even with much more improved Wi-Fi 7, that's even less of an issue. So it is a key technology. But it has to be part of an overall system, right? If you're using Wi-Fi sensing to be able to detect motion and that someone is actually in the house, that's one application. If you're trying to do it to detect someone falling, that's a hard problem to solve. But then you might have to have an overlay application to be able to reach that person with an audio stream or even open a camera link. And those applications are being built at the moment, because the more you're able to investigate the home through Wi-Fi sensing and figure out applications from falling to telemedicine to aging in place, the more there's kind of parallel requirements to make them really user friendly and user work. And there's a lot of work going into that too. So certainly we see a network of Wi-Fi sensing. There could be in-room radar, there can be in-room video, there can be contact sensors for open and close as well. And if you lay all those together, you can build really good applications of aging in place monitoring, or just security applications for the home, right? If you're not there.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for those comments. Lots of future possibilities there with that added technology, but also very complicated, especially as we think about healthcare. Charles, I want to thank you very much for your valuable time today and sharing with our audience. And I hope that next time we get to see you, it's in person. But thank you again for joining us today.
Absolutely. Thanks, Elizabeth. Always one of the highlights of the year. A great show, and may it continue for many, many years to come.
I hope another 26. Thank you.
Bye.
Give us just a minute and we will be right back with our panel focused on privacy and security, one of the most important topics that we talk about. And I feel confident the word trust is going to come up in the conversation. So we'll be right back. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back. That was a great conversation. I'm excited I get to come join in here. As Elizabeth mentioned, privacy and security is a major issue for our consumers, and we want to kind of start by sharing a little bit of the data that we have access to. We actually did a study recently about data privacy and security in the connected home that I was lead author on. So I'm really proud of this, but it has a lot of information about it that reveals industry benchmarks, adoption, data security concerns, and it really quantifies the data and privacy security issues that consumers experience and their interest in solutions to keep the data safe. So as you know, our colleague mentioned earlier today, the average US broadband house now has over 13 connected devices, and that's expected to reach 20 by 2025. So securing the home network and all of these devices that we're bringing into our home is increasingly important, and personal data is increasingly under attack and also kind of interest to data companies. Everyone is kind of looking to monetize that data or capture that data. So data security and privacy is going to be a major issue. According to our research, a large number of our consumers that we study have experienced data privacy problems. It's actually 50%. And more than half of our households included in our survey say they're concerned about personal data security. The concern for data privacy and security is universal, but the details are not. The different types of consumers have different interests, and you need to be able to kind of message and connect to all of them if you're going to offer a data privacy solution. Women, for example, are concerned about hackers. Men are more worried about tech companies intruding on their privacy or even their spouses intruding on their privacy. Meanwhile, a lot of our MDU residents living in apartments in an urban space, for example, are concerned about the intrusion from their landlords and property managers. And as we've discussed a little bit today, more and more landlords and organizations are starting to offer Wi-Fi as a service to their residents. So this is going to be an increasingly large issue. So with all of that in mind, I'm happy to bring in my panel. I have a great group of experts here with a couple of different perspectives that are going to have a little discussion here about data security. First, I'd like to introduce John Clay. He's the VP of Threat Intelligence at Trend Micro. Hello, John.
Hi, Chris. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for being on board here. Tell us a little bit about your company.
Yeah, my name's John Clay, VP of Threat Intelligence here at Trend Micro. I've been with Trend Micro for 25 years now. The company itself's been around for about 33 years. We focus solely on cybersecurity, whether that's commercial-based through our 500,000 commercial customers or our millions of consumers that we have around the globe. A lot of our research is done around all the different smart areas, smart factories, smart homes, smart cars. We publish a lot of that research on our website, trendmicro.com. And I'm looking really forward to having a conversation today about privacy and security, because that's an area we've been thriving in for many, many years, Chris. So
awesome. Thanks for being here again. All right, next we have Chris Leet, the Director of Next Gen Consumer Products at McAfee Home.
Hey, thanks so much, Chris. Yeah, it's great. A pleasure to be here. As we're saying, as we go into this, as we think about the overarching approach to delivering online protection, McAfee has been around for a very long time. In doing that, what we look at as we think about the protection we provide is to focus around the consumer themselves, making sure that they're living their life carefree digitally as they want. And in doing so, we think about the protections we provide into key pillars overall. One, very well known, is the device security side of the house. Thinking about the elements around how we provide protection for the various PCs, phones, routers, you name it. The other aspect that we look at a lot is around identity and privacy. And this conversation has a lot of privacy baked into it. So I'm excited about that. And of course, protecting the home and the family as we do that. So as we think about the solutions at McAfee, we love to protect all aspects of the life of the consumer, and excited to talk about it today.
Great. Thanks, Chris. All right, next we have Razvan Todor, the Senior Director of Connected Homes and Security for Bitdefender. Hello.
Hi, good to be here, and happy you invited me. I'm a Senior Director of Product Management at Bitdefender. We're a cybersecurity company. We are very focused on research. Actually, probably more than half of our staff is engineers and working in development and research. It's been very interesting to see in the past years how the focus of the consumers has changed, and how do they see cybersecurity now versus how they saw it maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And looking forward to our discussion.
Great. Thanks again for being here. All right, next we have Eric Valines, the head of global communication for Anchor Innovations. Hello, Eric.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, or whatever time zone everyone is in. I'm kind of the odd man out here. So we've got a lot of experts in security, cybersecurity, home security. We actually make a lot of the devices, IoT devices, connected devices in the home. And as people are running about, that kind of actually create a lot of that debate about privacy and security. So Anchor Innovations has a variety of brands. Probably today in this conversation, it's our connected brands like Eufy, Anchor Work that would be most relevant, but Eufy specifically because we deal with the DIY home security market. And that's certainly an area that's driving most of the data transfer today with IoT devices, and the area where I think consumers are not just looking at security, meaning protecting my home, but the privacy aspect of their data, that video, and the big debate of the cloud versus edge computing. So I'm excited to be here today to maybe talk about the device side and the consumer experience.
Yeah, now speaking of devices, I think it'd be great to kind of start with a little stage setting. What do you think, Eric? You go first on this. Biggest challenges to securing the life of our connected consumers with all these new devices in their homes?
I mean, it's the enormity. So if we look at, I mean, you guys do reports, everyone does reports. So, but let's just for the sake of argument, say that there's probably anywhere from 50 to 60 billion connected devices estimated by 2025. And 75% of those devices will be connected to some form of IoT platform. But what's really the most mind-boggling is I've seen estimates of over 70 zettabytes of data that will be pushed out. And a large portion of that data will be video, so meaning security and video surveillance. So, you know, we've talked about the cloud for years. It's a great selling tool. But as we have more of these devices in the home, I think we're finding more and more that it's not really in the consumer's best interest to be pushing all of that data to the cloud when we can manage that data at home. You know, process that data, protect that data. And on the security side, our key differentiator and the thing that we found based on consumer input is they want the data at home. They don't want it in the cloud. They don't want someone else managing their private information. So that's kind of our selling point, is that our data is, the consumer's data is actually held on a encrypted card on their devices. It's not sent up into the cloud. And that avoids a lot of unnecessary bandwidth. It avoids a lot of unnecessary back and forth and processing, which can be done perfectly fine and well on the consumer's own devices. And we hopefully get out of that whole kind of privacy security issue. Now, when it's in the home, we have different things, right? Because you have a variety of products that all have their own, you know, their own processes and security and protection. So that does create different kind of challenges and problems. And I think as a team, you know, Bitdefender, McAfee, Trend Micro, these are the things that we need to work collaboratively on to make sure that we have a standard in place to deal with this mess that we're creating. We know it's great. We know it's the right direction, but it will create challenges. But we can't be afraid of those challenges because it's necessary.
Right. So Razvan, so not everyone can, there's a big install base that uses a lot of cloud. So before people have a chance to switch over to the great Eufy devices that have all the edge processing, hypothetically, what do you think about challenges with everybody having so many installed devices, many of them using the cloud, many of them maybe made before the security issue was really raised?
Yeah, I think I have to agree with Eric. It's the enormity of devices, and more of that is the diversity of devices. I mean, people have been buying devices for years now, and they don't limit themselves to responsible manufacturers, so to say. So you buy whatever is cool at that time, whatever is cheaper, whatever is nice, and you get to live in a home where you have a variety of devices, each one of them connecting in their own way and being produced by a manufacturer that's maybe responsible, and they patch vulnerabilities, or maybe others they don't even want to hear about vulnerabilities, and that's it. So I think at this point right now, before stepping into this new era that we all hope to be in, with standards and certifications and everybody being held responsible for their products, I think for now it's very important to secure the center point, and maybe that's the internet connection, and try to, instead of securing the devices, securing their connection, and cleaning up their connection, and making sure that nothing gets out that's not supposed to be out, and nothing gets in that's not supposed to be in.
All right, so John, I think you kind of are going to agree with Razvan here a little bit that the gateway is the place to do the security. So why don't you go ahead and talk a little bit about both the challenges of having all these devices broadly, and then also how the gateway is kind of a place that you can make an impact there.
Yeah, sure. I think one of the big challenges, obviously, is a lot of the consumers just don't understand security. They don't know how to even set up security in their home networks. A lot of them, they just turn them on. They don't do anything. A lot of the manufacturers, for example, may have ports open and items that are open to get access to those devices. They have standard passwords, admin or something for the administrative account as default, and people don't change those. So obviously the threat actors out there are taking advantage of that regularly. We see Mirai botnet out there targeting connected cameras and DVRs and things like that inside the home. And so that's a big challenge, because these consumers don't realize that you regularly need to update the software. You also have to update firmware in many cases to stop vulnerabilities or exploits of vulnerable firmware. So these are all challenges that the home user is going to have. One of the things you can do, and as you mentioned, is kind of the gateway. So adding a home security router that funnels everything through it, inbound, outbound, that can then scan for any threats that are coming into the into the home network. It can then scan also going out of the network, and it can block a lot of these threats. But it also can do scans of the network, the devices on the network, to identify, are they vulnerable? Do they have vulnerabilities? And then alert the user that they have to patch. So I think as we get more and more users aware that security in the home needs to be done by them, that they will start taking those actions more effectively in the future, hopefully.
All right, Chris, we got a lot of issues on the table now. We've heard maybe manufacturers are irresponsible. John's telling us maybe people are just using default passwords. What do you think? Gateway is the solution, first of all, and then what are your comments on the rest of the stuff we've been talking about so far?
I mean, there's main pieces here. John's bringing up some great points around how the gateway can play a role. Obviously, the devices are another key piece, as we're hearing. The main piece that we look at in general is, first of all, how can you have visibility and insight to understand how we provide security for the customer? Many times customers don't believe or know what that is, what that means, or how we do that. We have a huge responsibility to consumers to help protect them where it's needed. And they don't always have to be fully aware of all those pieces, but we need to make sure we're providing the protection. So for example, in our secure home platform products and the like, we have over 500 million detections a week just on what's happening and protecting customers as that goes. And that's through great partnerships that we have with ISPs, telcos, device manufacturers, you name it. And so as customers overall think, we have to see, how do they operate? How do they behave? What are the ways that we can provide the security in those kind of connected components? And how, as we talked about a little bit earlier in this panel, how do we connect things together to create standards to support customers and solve their needs versus taking it one by one by one?
All right, now Razvan, speaking of kind of connecting with customers and meeting their needs, how about their need for education? Obviously, they need to be changing their behavior somewhat in terms of how they're shopping, how they're setting things up, and also how they're using their devices. Who do you think is responsible for this? Who do you think is able to do this? Who do you think is best at this? Maybe even who do you think is doing a good job now in terms of educating consumers on how to change their behavior to protect their own privacy and security at home?
I think it's a very interesting question, because we have to ask ourselves how easy it is to change that behavior. Because of course we can find a lot of let's say players in this whole ecosystem that can influence this education, that can drive this education. It's the device manufacturers, it's the connectivity providers, it's even the app providers or services providers. They can all raise these issues and educate about the fact that, well, you as a consumer, you're sending your data all the time to their clouds, to over the network, and it's always an exchange of data, everything you're doing. But I think the other point worth discussing is how easy it is for the end user to actually change their behavior or to do something. And I think availability or the ease of people to do something in this direction is key here. The entire user experience when setting up a security service should be very easy at first, because if we just go there and we start saying, oh, so our engine in the router just detected that you have 15 devices, 5 of them have vulnerabilities, you need to upgrade the firmware. I mean, how do you upgrade the firmware into your webcam? I bet most of us don't even know how to do that, and then you're stuck. And what we see is that there's a lot of awareness, and people become more and more aware of the fact that the risks towards their privacy are getting bigger. So they're aware of that, but our telemetry shows that they don't do anything about it. So we see the same number of default passwords being forgotten, the same number of ports being open, and so on. So we do see an increase of awareness, but we don't see an actual change of behavior, which leads us thinking maybe it's our job to provide such an easy to use and one-stop shop security solution that will be able to protect not the devices but the entire ecosystem of the end user, like protect their devices when they're in the home, protect their devices when they're out of the home, protect their connection, maybe VPN, maybe like have an entire portfolio of services that will make sure the user is always protected without a lot of interaction from the actual user.
Yeah, that's a good point in terms of doing a lot of it for them. John, Razvan is right. I don't know how to update my firmware, so maybe I'm vulnerable. Who knows? What do you think? Who should have taught me?
Well, obviously education is a huge part of it. One of the things we're doing at Trem Micro Internet Safety for Kids and Family program that we've been running for over 10 years now, where we go into schools and we educate the kids, the teachers, the parents on how to be good digital citizens, how to understand what information should I be sharing with this app. We give information about all the different type of social media apps that are out there, and what's good, what's not good, what information should you be sharing, what shouldn't you be sharing. That kind of education. I think we've been doing this. We got 3 million kids, parents and educators is trained around the world now, and it's a big part of it is just educating them young. And I think that's the big piece, is how do we do it at an earlier stage. You just saw with the Lapsus group where 16 and 17-year-olds were able to, get into the Microsoft network. And so, who's teaching them good ethics and good digital ethics? That's a big part, So, the smart home is going to, hopefully in the future, the smart home is going to be able to secure yourself, automatically, as Rizwan, we heard there. So I think, it's going to be a combination of the vendors educating, the government educating, the schools educating, and trying to get everybody to understand what the situation is.
All right, thanks. So speaking of schools, something that's been pretty unique about our society these past couple of years is suddenly a lot of schools been done online, right? With COVID-19 pandemic causing a lot of closures of schools and daycare, suddenly, kids are using computers maybe while the parent is too busy also trying to work from home. So there's all sorts of new sort of issues. We've done a bunch of reporting on it and tried to cover it as best we can, but it's clear that there's a lot that has changed in the past couple of years and a lot of new things we've learned. So Chris, maybe you want to talk a little bit about what has the last 2 years brought in terms of this grand experiment we have of everyone working from home and school and kind of being in charge of their own security and internet service.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been fascinating, honestly. I mean, what you're seeing is an acceleration of sorts on commerce, for one in particular. So thinking about people that are afraid to use their credit card most of the time are now jumping to all the great services to be able to buy them just to stay safe and protected for themselves as a person. And in doing that, we see volumes going up there. We see hours being spent on the connected devices all the time. Adults, 7 hours or so every single day. Kids are spending 4 hours, a day on them, and then including the school time, but then amplifies that dramatically. So what you're seeing is the connectivity is very, very high with these customers. And in doing so, then it's like, okay, well, how do you protect them in the right ways? And what we see is even parents of these kiddos are thinking about, wow, 1 in 4 kids are falling victim in some way, shape, or form to bad content, bad access, just concerns in general. So what we're looking at is how do we solve those problems effectively for our customers? How do we help block bad content associated with that? How do we think about leveraging anonymity and VPN and other activities as baked into the path, as well as looking at different family level of protections? So as we see this going up from an overall device utilization standpoint, risks continue to grow. And so we need to make sure that we're evolving with that, because consumer behavior, but also the malicious activities that are happening potentially towards those families today.
Yes, agreed. What do you think, Razvan? What's Bitdefender seen?
I tend to fully agree with my colleagues here, and I think Chris has brought an interesting point towards how do you protect kids in this kind of environment. And I think it becomes critical that we, or I mean, any kind of cybersecurity provider is able to view inside the home and be able to distinguish between the devices, so that we are able to apply different policies to different devices. Because there's no point in just, cutting up an entire range of content for all the devices in the home. But when you're able to understand that this is the father's device and this is the mother's device and these are the kids' devices, then you can apply different policies for the children and make sure that they are safe while maintaining a normal experience for everybody else.
So we have a question from the audience, I think, appropriate right now. So we have all these new customers behaving in new ways, and that for some of you guys, actually for all of you, this is an opportunity for growing revenue, selling more services and products to them. How do we talk a little bit about how you guys message? How is it that you get people to pay for cyber and identity theft security and services? Let's see if I can tell by someone's face who wants to go first. Chris, you smiled first.
I'm happy to go first. No problem.
Okay.
Absolutely. So first and foremost, identity theft is growing dramatically, right? So if you think about 2020 alone, 57% of consumers in the United States believe they're going to become a victim of identity theft. It's just the facts. They think it's coming. They know it's coming. So what do you do about it? If you have that many consumers realizing something can go wrong, they are more inclined to look for solutions that can solve their needs, or at least monitor their activities like credit and the like. Now, the other side to that problem set that's also coming for consumers is that roughly in 2020 alone, $56 billion across 49 million consumers were taken. And with that, when your identity is taken, it can take you upwards of 6 months and 200 hours of your time to get it back. That's scary. That's a lot of time. And so what we're doing overall is those types of problems underlie the aspects of the businesses we go into, the protections we create, and making sure we can solve those needs for customers so that doesn't happen. And so what we look at from McAfee's standpoint is we take a preventative approach in general. How can we identify and alert quickly? How can we help with the quick changes or adjustments to protect consumers' identities? And how do we provide the comprehensive services to make that happen? And many times, as you think about talking to consumers or marketing or going to market with these products, it really hits home on the core pain points. I know we're talking product, I know we're talking big things, but there's some reasons to believe we got to create from a marketing standpoint so customers understand why this is valuable and important. And those are some of the things that we focus on.
All right, Razvan, what do you think? What's the message look like?
Well, I think it's important to understand how the view on cybersecurity has evolved in the past years. And I agree with Chris. Right now, privacy and identity theft concern are the biggest. And if you're looking 4, 5, 6 years ago, the main concern was you didn't want your devices to be infected by a virus. Today, you don't care about that because you just reset your device to factory settings, bring everything back from the cloud, and that's it. You don't really think about viruses. But now you think about privacy. You think about other actors looking into your traffic, stealing your identity, stealing your, pictures, content, whatever, even manipulating you. So this is what we do in our communication. We listen very closely to how the needs evolve from our user base and from the rest of the consumers, and we tune our messages and we tune our portfolio actually to respond to their needs. And tuning our portfolio has always been a big focus of ours, to make sure that we have a portfolio that's flexible enough to be able to quickly adjust to market changes. And the other thing is that we are a strong believer in the fact that the end user doesn't really want to spend a lot of time configuring their cybersecurity solution. They don't want to just sit and think, okay, so I need some endpoints for my devices, and then I need something to protect my smart home, and then I need something that will bring me the privacy that I need, and maybe some ad blocker and anti-tracker and things like this. So they just want, it's like an insurance. They just want to tick a box and make sure that they're protected. And this is what we're trying to come up with, a flexible portfolio that is able to deliver peace of mind actually to the end user.
All right, John, Razvan said a phrase that I hear all the time when we study smart home and smart security, and I'm sure you hear it too, peace of mind. I mean, that's the top line of a lot of slogans. What do you think, Trend Micro? What is the perspective in terms of the hook of sort of connecting people's general concerns to your solution?
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly about family, how to protect your family, how do you protect your friends, how do you protect your data. All of that is critical. And we have our apps on all the different stores, whether it's, the Apple Store or the Android Store, or on our site and so forth. But, I actually want to hear more from Eric, because one of the things that we've been talking about is how to secure these devices in the home. He's the device manufacturer. What are they doing to protect their customer and their customer data? In a lot of cases, we talk about identity theft. A lot of time your data they don't steal it from you. They steal it from the account where you signed up, and you have all that information in the cloud. So I'm really be more interested in how they're able to get their customers to actually buy security or are securing their customer data.
So what do you think, Eric? I've got panelists going rogue and asking questions, even though that's theoretically my job. But what do you think? What is your role? I was going to ask you actually what your thoughts are on partnering with sort of solution providers versus, kind of focusing the messaging on prevention at device level, as you were talking about your edge solution. So what do you think?
Well, I'm going to answer John's question first, and I can maybe deal with the other one. I mean, I think what everyone is saying, and I think we all have to agree that the answer to this isn't everyone going rogue and coming up with their own solutions. I mean, that's what we have to do until there is some sort of common ground, which I think is one of the reasons why But there needs to be some governing body. There need to be some rules in place. There need to be some processes. So those processes will continue to evolve. They're not static because issues in the world continue to evolve. Bad actors come up with better ways of penetrating Wi-Fi in the home or turning it off entirely, which can actually make home security kind of difficult. On our end, again, something I said earlier is for us, when we developed our UFI security solution about 3 years ago, we launched it. One of the areas where we wanted to differentiate ourselves was not actually using the cloud, by not putting the data up into the cloud and pushing stuff up there, but to actually use the consumer's own device. So using NASA grade encryption, built-in SD cards, and allowing that data to be actually put on the device itself. There's just no reason for it. Now, from point to point, from the device to the individual's phone, I mean, we can call the cloud whatever we want. It is going to have to route through something, but we're not recording it. We're not storing it. We're not accessing it. And I think for us, that sort of gets rid of problem number one. There are other issues though. So depending on where you live in the world, different municipalities, different governments have different rules. If we develop a doorbell, for example, and in the United States, there's no rule that keeps that doorbell from recording your neighbor across the street. But then when we move to Europe or UK specifically, there are. So then we have to develop processes that deal with the fact that a resident in London wants a video doorbell, and it is recording across the street passersby and others without its permission. So when we talk about security, we talk about privacy. There's so many iterations of what that means. And as a consumer electronics company, we're not only just trying to keep the data safe, our consumer data safe, but we're also trying to navigate the kind of alphabet soup laws that exist around the world. So that brings me full circle back to the imperative of having governing bodies that can help consumer electronic companies sort of navigate these things versus us going and trying to solve each problem, ad hoc and improvisationally. And I think we all know that's not a scalable long-term solution that's ever shown to be successful. We will have to solve our own problems inevitably, but longer term, as these issues start to increase, as more IoT devices find themselves in homes, we are going to discover challenges that we could never even think of. So that's why, again, our panel, I think that's what's imperative. Bitdefender reached out to us recently to mention an issue that they had discovered, something we had patched subsequently a while ago. But they brought up a lot of interesting points in some of the initial conversations. And that's important too, to be open. We're not perfect, and there are going to be challenges and there's going to be problems. And we've got to be open to that support on the outside, because we can become myopic. We can, as they say, become a little too intoxicated by our own fumes. So we need to open up and allow other experts inside to take a look from time to time. And my last point is we're actually in the process of developing a UFI Security Council, and that council is being made up of individuals on the outside. So they're actually looking at the big picture. They're looking at maybe longer term issues that maybe aren't a big issue right now, but they're things that we need to look at. And also consumer privacy. So we're not conflating privacy and security, that the consumer's privacy and privacy experts, that we're looking also at those things, not just protecting their data, but protecting their privacy. And that could be as simple as, what are we asking them when they sign up? So that's a lot of information to say that we can't do it alone. It is going to take a village here. There needs to be process. There need to be governing bodies. But I think every consumer electronic manufacturer, especially in security, they need to be more open. They can't just close the door and say they've got it all figured out, because frankly, that's just not true. Nobody's got it all figured out.
Yeah, so Razvan, I want to go with you about it. I mean, something that's really interesting about this space is the dynamics where your potential partners and the people whose sort of work that you study is someone that you can kind of butt heads with at times too. I mean, you're in a position where you're raising the issue of security sort of failures and mistakes that they've made, And if the relationship doesn't work the way Eric says, and people are cooperating and working together, and Eric mentioned they already had kind of a solution ready, but otherwise you guys have to go to PR. And so then we end up seeing a situation where, all around the tech press, or on social media, we see stories of problems that you're sort of trying to use the stick to kind of bully these companies into making the right moves. Talk a little bit about that dynamic and how things could be helped by having sort of bodies, outside of private industry, either certification bodies or sort of government bodies that are sort of trying to make everyone kind of act the right way.
Well, I think I agree with Eric. The need for a certification body and for everybody playing the same tune is very, very high. And we can't wait for the day where we'll have some sort of standards and they will be enforced, and that will make our lives simpler and the end users safer. But at the same point, I think there will always be a combination between maybe an external regulator that will impose some standards, and then private companies that will actively search for vulnerabilities and faults in the software. Because no matter how good you are, how careful you are with your code, there will always be vulnerabilities. And this is something that we've known for years and years. And us in the industry, we constantly look at our products, each other's products. We're constantly fixing vulnerabilities that others have found in our products, and we will always do that. We'll always look for vulnerabilities in other products, and either software or hardware or whatever. And there is such a thing as responsible disclosure. So of course, we don't find a vulnerability and we immediately go to PR and make a fuss about this. We contact the manufacturer and we try to solve the problem. And we try to only go public after the problem has been solved, because our goal is to help the industry get better in the end. And of course, some people some manufacturers are very responsible and we get great feedback. Others, they just don't want to hear. And in the end, you end up going public with a vulnerability that was not fixed, which is a shame. But at the same point, you're facing this situation where you think, okay, what's worse? To go public with a vulnerability and inform the users that are using this kind of device or software that they're vulnerable, or but at the same time expose the vulnerability to other actors, bad actors that maybe haven't known about this until now, or just go silent, but then you just leave those users uninformed and unprotected. So
right. Yeah. So in terms of everyone having a different obligation, and also we talk to IOXT a lot, and they're kind of working to build this type of village, but it's hard. They're out there every day, and it's it takes time to kind of convince everyone that it's in their best interest. John, you sort of raised the topic of kind of the manufacturers and their responsibility in the first place. What do you think about what everyone's been saying so far?
Oh, I wholeheartedly agree. Trem Micro has a agnostic bug bounty program called the 0 Day Initiative that has been doing bug bounties for over 10 years now. And, we basically pay a researcher money for a bug that they find in especially in IoT devices. And now we even have a Pawn to Own event where we used to do it in Tokyo, but because of COVID, we've been doing it virtually, where we have researchers around the world who are submitting these bugs to them, and then we manage the bug for them with the manufacturer. And so we give them 120 days to fix the bug. And as Rezwan said, if they patch it, then we disclose it responsibly. But if they don't patch it, we will 0 day them essentially, which says we publish it and let everybody know. And that's our philosophy as well. The second point I wanted to make is that we're one of the founding members of the Cybersecurity Tech Accord, which has about 150 plus signatories around the world from all different types of industries and everything. And one of the working groups in there is talking about consumer IoT and how to improve the security around consumer IoT. So, Eric talked about, it takes a village, and this is one example of a village coming together with all the different types of organizations around the world that are trying to help improve this area of the industry. So hopefully both of these things are very important, and we'll continue to support both areas.
All right, so Chris, I wanted to go to you next. So both in terms of this question of the sort of the security providers and the manufacturers working together, but then also kind of for extra credit here, we have an audience question that raises the issue of ISPs. So earlier in the conversation, when it was a little more earlier today, we talked a little bit more about ISPs, a little more ISP focused, and the poll there indicated that ISPs cybersecurity is an opportunity, is a big revenue source for them. As pay TV declines, ISPs looking for a way to sell some services. Cybersecurity is one. So what do you think about these alliances that's going on? What is McAfee doing? And then also, what's up with ISPs in terms of their ability to access these services and make some money off that?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's several pieces to that. So let me try to break it down a bit. The first and foremost is that as we think about these governing bodies, as well as legislation that's coming, it's opening the door up for us to actually take action and provide more solutions for customers. So things like CCPA, GDPR, these elements that are privacy related are now opening the door for allowing for customers to have more control over their data and information. I think that's a big piece that we're actually exploring as well from our perspective, to say, hey, out of the customers that want to have control of their information, to be able to have the privacy aspects that they would see, where most customers today feel like they don't have that control. Okay, so I think in the research that we have, about 75% of consumers are concerned about their privacy online, and that same amount feel like they have no control over it, which is really a kind of helplessness problem that we have. And so how can we help provide that, leveraging these governing bodies, both on the privacy side, but also IoT and the like, with devices as well as software, bringing it together to make sure we provide that connectivity. So I think that's one major element that we see, at least on kind of that route of how these governing bodies can help us create more standards around protecting customers. Because as we talked about very early on in the session, customers don't know, like the firmware aspect, they don't know how to update the firmware. They just expect it to work. And so how do we make it work for them? It takes a lot of work on our side to do that at the first level. The second part of the question, I believe, was more around the ISP side. So at McAfee, we have a lot of great partners. We love them to death, and we get to learn a lot about the opportunities for growth and expansion in general. In doing so, there is a lot of opportunity to provide services and connections for your customers themselves. With that being said, just a couple of the solutions that we work with in general is, if you're an ISP, router-based security is very helpful. You got to think about network as well. Lots of different areas that we can explore to ensure that we're providing a level of security for our customers overall. The secondary piece is there are value-added services that you can be providing at any given point in time. The beautiful thing about ISPs and telcos and the like is really around this aspect of, you have amazing reach and you have connectivity for customers and you have more information than most businesses out there with the level of traffic volume and the like. So that is powerful. And so think about ways, just the advice level that I'll give is, think about the ways that you want to protect your customers. Think about the major problems that they have. And there are people, McAfee's one, but there are a lot of great solutions out there to be able to solve those customer needs effectively. And just saying, as we think about that, I would look at privacy, I would look at security, and I would look at identity as you're exploring that with your customer base and with various partners that you may be working with.
All right, great. Thank you, Chris. We have another interesting audience question here. I'd like to direct to Eric. So with the political situation being what it is globally today, I mean, war in Eastern Europe, and kind of continuing like wrangling between Chinese telecommunications and device makers, and Canada had more strict maybe rules than the United States, but the United States has also had some back and forths in terms of who's allowed to sell what from countries that are, partners, but still have, a different government than us. So talk a little bit about the sort of complexities that comes from being an international organization and having the different governments, especially as political climates change. You guys have to message around that stuff.
I'm not sure where the question is there. Sorry.
So Anchor is an international conglomerate, right?
Mm-hmm.
You sell all around the world. People, you mentioned earlier that there's different regulations and things, but specifically in the United States, which is the biggest. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I assume it's also your biggest market. Yes, no? United States biggest?
It's about half, I would say, of our global sales for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Potentially having a sort of a political issue with, places where you're manufacturing and places where your IP exists and people are setting privacy. So just the privacy and security issues that come from being an international company and having to work with different governments is kind of what I was looking to kind of just hear your perspective on that.
I'm trying to get to the base of it. I'm not sure if the question is that we're a Chinese-based company, if that's what the root of the question is, but we're a company based in Shenzhen. And so far, we haven't really dealt with any of those challenges. I mean, inevitably, you're going to get maybe some media people or things to say things that aren't really appropriate about a company being based in China. I mean, everything that we have in some way, form, mostly is being manufactured in China. There's an incredibly advanced workforce developing some of all the stuff that we use in our hands. That said, we're not selling to the government. We're not selling we're basically a direct to consumer company. A large portion of our sales is direct through Amazon, but we also sell in Target. We sell in Walmart. We sell in Best Buy. We sell in Media Mart around the world. Our number one priority is the consumer. And regulations are important, as we said earlier, in governing bodies to help us navigate. I mean, we've got to look. These things are changing constantly. So, obviously we're looking there, but the regulations are a baseline in how we operate. There are things that we can be doing above and beyond. So that's where we're focusing. We're focusing as far up and around as we can. The baseline, as I mentioned earlier, like being in the UK or being in Canada or being in the United States, it is that alphabet soup. It's a full-time occupation trying to navigate that. And that's one. Let's navigate it because we have to, because it's the law. And then within that, there are some common sense things that we should be looking at that make us better. And then beyond that, there are things that it's not going to address that we still need to address, being a consumer electronics brand. Again, privacy, security. We're supposed to be the experts in that space, right? The government may be a little slower to respond to things that we may discover that are problematic. So we have to move faster sometimes in the regulations or the rules or the laws. And then when we make mistakes, we got to be honest about them. I mean, I think someone was mentioning earlier, there was a certain company that knew about an issue for an exorbitantly long time. And then once it came out, their comment on it was infantile. I mean, it didn't make any sense. They were making the decision for the consumer that they didn't think it was such a big deal, but didn't disclose it, didn't talk about it. And as a security company, that's not smart. We need to be not on our IP, obviously, but we need to be transparent. If there is a mistake, we need to fix the mistake. We need to let people know about the mistake and let them know that we dealt with it. Trying to hide those type of things in this environment is not a good business procedure. There's enough problems and organic issues that are going to develop. Companies should not add to that by trying to hide stuff. It's not a great way to build trust. So we're about trust. We're about transparency. I know any company can say that, right? Anyone can say, oh, we're about transparency until you're discovered that you're not being transparent. But it's a work in progress. It is a work in progress. We are not perfect. And a lot of this stuff is outside of our control. We just have to adapt. We have to always focus on the consumer. If we can focus on the consumer, then we're already moving 90% in the right direction.
All right, so staying on this a little bit more because the audience is interested in the China issue. I was trying to be cool about it, Eric, to just be like, what do you think about international generally? All right, fine. You're Chinese, right? Chinese, are you doing shady stuff? Tell us. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. So, well, what do you think? So everybody else, maybe John, let me go to you. Considering kind of the news, you know, the idea of like the Chinese state bad actor or whatever. Well, meanwhile, Eric is right. Like tons of manufacturing is happening in China. Consumers maybe do or don't know that. Maybe that they hold both issues in their head at the same time and don't see how they're connected, and that's kind of weird. But what do you think in terms of you guys working with Chinese manufacturing, and also when you're working with clients that you're serving, how they're kind of interacting with the sort of Chinese privacy, security, the Chinese snooping discussions that are going on sometimes in the press?
Yeah, I mean, you know, our CEO, was also a co-founder in the company, she always talks about our competitors, right? We don't compete against the traditional competitors. Our competitor is the threat actors that are out there in the world. So we focus on who is targeting our customers, whether that's our consumer customers or our commercial customers. And we're mostly looking at how are they targeting them? How are they attacking them? And then we're going to build the protections to protect their data, their systems, whatever it might be, whatever's being attacked. And so when we think about, you know, do we think about China? Do we think about Russia? Do we think about Iran? Certainly we think about them, but we're mostly about how are the actors within those countries targeting our customers, and we're going to build protections to ensure that they don't get compromised. So that's what we think about. Now, the other aspect you mentioned is and we've seen in the past where some governments may request manufacturers to build backdoors or something into their products so that they can get access to them. And again, you know, our thought is no, we shouldn't be doing that. That's part of the Cybersecurity Tech Accords mantra as well, is like do no harm against non-combatants. Don't build backdoors into products because they will get found and they will be utilized by the bad actors out there. So that's kind of how we feel, and that's what we will continue to do as a organization.
All right, thanks. So, but we're kind of running out of time here, but I want to make sure that I kind of bring the poll results into the conversation here. Can I see those, Haley? All right, so we asked the audience, what's the most common security breach in the connected home today? This is kind of where I was starting to think is, you know, what do the consumers think is the biggest threat versus what the truth is? You know, you guys working in the business know the reality, but you're all still selling to consumers who have their own perception of it. So our audience here is saying that online attacks, phishing, ransomware, viruses, and spyware is number one, and things like hacking and identity theft are much lower. To Chris's point, identity theft is a really, really big deal, whereas some of the online attacks might be less so, but not in a commercial space, not in a manufacturing space. So what do you think? What would you say? So Chris, I haven't talked to you in a minute. What do you think about the sort of ratio of the different types of security breaches, and what do you think? The audience is saying online attacks are number one. Do you think that's true? Is that the McAfee perspective?
Yeah, online attacks are big. I mean, it's where people are spending their time. We talked about that with some of the home and COVID activities. They're searching more. They're checking more aspects out. Within our perspective, as we mentioned, you know, 500 million attacks a given week at any major point in time is a pretty big deal. So, you know, those are just things that we check out, and I think online is fair, definitely the case. Now, we could block. There's a lot of solutions out there that block them and just kind of pause that overall. Whereas there may be identity theft that may have a higher impact to your personal well-being and financial situation too. So it just depends on those aspects, but definitely online attacks is what we see.
Razvan, what do you think? Online attacks is number one?
Yeah, I agree with Chris. And as far as volume goes, online attacks is number one. What I don't see here is brute force attacks. And that's something that I think it's not so widely known, but there are brute force attacks going on around the internet all the time, basically bots that are trying lists of past usernames and passwords, and whenever they find a default username and password or a weak username and password, the admin1234, something like that, they get in. And that's the type of attack that nobody, I mean, that it's not so widely talked about, and it's not so so well understood why it's so important to change your username and password, because these are not even targeted attacks. They just go around the internet and find an open port and try it. And in the end, it's a numbers game. They will get in, and the amount of brute force attacks, it's staggering.
So consumer behavior obviously can defend against some of that. Is Bitdefender have a sort of a solution there, other than educating people to use better passwords?
Absolutely. I mean, first, we do what we call a vulnerability assessment scan in the network, and then we actually look at every device, and if they have a weak username and password, we notify the user, hey, this device has a weak username and password. It's time for you to change it. On the other hand, we have brute force protection. So when we see that somebody is trying to brute force one of the devices, we block that connection, we drop that connection, and we keep them safe. Now, there's a caveat here. We block the brute force protection, but if the user has admin1234 and the hacker finds it out in the first try, it's not brute force anymore, so nobody can protect you from that.
Mhm.
All right, so I see everyone nodding. You guys agree brute force should, first of all, be on my poll question. Mean of Razvan to call me out for not having it there, but fine, I'll put on the poll question next time. But also, you guys have similar solutions in terms of checking and monitoring people for their vulnerability to that stuff?
That's absolutely right. I think one of the big pieces, though, as we think about the device side, though, what Eric was mentioning, there needs to be some thoughtfulness around how we actually set up the original password. As you start to install your device and you have the connected home, sometimes it's a very simple password that allows you to have brute force attacks that come straight into your home. And so there's an element, as that partnership plays a significant role. We can alert our customers and do that, but we can also help them out initially in buying that overall device that has the standard, a little bit more complex password to make it much, much, much safer for the customer.
You know, one of the things
I would concur with Razvan, because I mean, we have millions of smart home routers out there, and brute force attacks are the number one attack vector that we see both inbound and to the home network. We also, number two though, is crypto miners. And we didn't talk about crypto miners, but there's a lot of actors out there that are trying to get devices to allow them to crypto mine for them, and they're just stealing that resource from the consumer. But the other one is ransomware. We see a lot of ransomware, especially WannaCry, because it's a worm and it tries to propagate around the world quite a bit. So, and again, our very similar to Razvan, our stuff does similar stuff.
Eric, did you want to chime? Oh, you did. There you go.
Mute off. Yeah, I had mentioned it earlier, and I know we're talking a lot about the internet and stuff, but I think, and I wouldn't say that this is a common problem right now, but again, with all of these internet connected devices in the house, there's definitely ways to block the Wi-Fi. So if you're talking about home security, we have to think on the hardware side that there are tricks and ways that you can essentially block the entire Wi-Fi. And if the Wi-Fi is not working, in essence, for many home security cameras, they're useless. Now, ours is point to point. So even though the Wi-Fi let's say the Wi-Fi is disabled, the camera and the home base are still going to connect and communicate. It's still going to record. That isn't going to be predicated on whether the Wi-Fi is working or not, which is good. But the consumer still needs to get notified if they're not at home. And there is where the internet comes in hand. So, I'm not an engineer, but as a consumer advocate, these are the things that worry me, because those are really outside of our control, and that all the devices in our house are, whether it's your television, your Apple TV, your printer, your security device, and all this stuff, they're at risk. And that's when I talked about looking into the future and seeing how we can prepare for some of these things. So is our house a house of cards, where it's just going to go tumbling down the moment the internet turns off? So we all rely on the internet. We all rely on our Wi-Fi. It's ubiquitous, as they say, but it is definitely sitting there and vulnerable.
All right. Well, I like that as a note to end on. I wanted to thank everyone on the panel. It's been a great discussion. A little bit rowdy, but still good. Oh no, John, you wanna go out?
No, I was just saying thank you.
Like that? Thumbs
Appreciate
up?
it.
Okay.
It's been
Thank
fun.
you, Chris.
All right, great. So thanks for everyone joining the panel. Thanks for everyone watching too. Just so you know, we have a little bit of a break here, and then at 2:15, we're going to go to a special workshop that is going to focus on the pro perspective called The View from the Channel, where we're going to be talking to some installers in the smart home space and kind of hearing what they, their perspectives on trends. We don't necessarily sort of raise their voices enough, so it'd be interesting to hear from the installer guys. So everyone stick around for that. It's gonna be a little bit of a break. Like I said, 2:15, so just put our videos on in the background and then we'll be back for there. So thanks for everyone watching.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Executive Spotlight segment. I am Patrice Samuels, and joining me is Vicki Rogers from Cox Communities. Vicki is the Vice President at Cox Communities, and her team is focused on innovation, partnerships, and growth. So let me just kick it off with Vicki telling us a little bit more, or just helping to give us a better understanding of Cox Communities, because we're all familiar with Cox Communications. They've been a leader in the broadband space for a very long time, but help us to understand Cox Communities and how that division sort of fits into the smart home space.
Absolutely. So Cox Communities has several segments. We have strategy, and that team actually looks at the external landscape to understand what growth opportunities are there and what risks are coming down the pike. Then we have operational enablement. Those are the folks that have the tools and processes, reporting and analytics, and all the sales support, including sales engineering support and order management. And then we have the third segment, which is our sales organization, so sales execution. And that includes a national team that does new build, that works with our key builders, both on the SFU, which is single family unit, or multifamily space. We also are putting together a national accounts team and a national accounts program so that we can co-create solutions with our customers and really proactively educate and have our customers sit at the table from a steering committee perspective. And then we have the field sales organizations out in each of our regions. And so what our team does is we work closely with builders, developers, owners, and consultants. And we leverage consumer research to understand how we support them in really driving rents and occupancy through technology. And so we have our own product roadmap for the builder and multifamily space. And we've really launched some innovative products that have really been a synergistic win between owners, consumers, and Cox. So we're really excited about this team. We're certainly one of the growth engines for the residential space, and we're excited about our future.
Great. So it sounds like then a major part of what you do is being sort of a consultant to those two industries that you mentioned, the builders and the property managers, being a consultant and letting them know how technology can really benefit them, benefit their organization, and sort of drive growth. And that was very interesting to me. As you can tell, it stood out for me because one of the things that we became acutely aware of when we just started looking into the smart home space was that people just didn't understand. I mean, people want the benefits of technologies. They know they need help. They know they're not operating at the highest level of efficiency that they can operate at, but they just don't understand which technologies can help them. And even if they're aware of smart home technologies, they don't know exactly, how to get those up and running, what products will help them to do different things. So I'm really excited about having companies who are serving this role as an advisor to these groups in the space that will really help to, just help to push the smart home market forward and drive appeal of the products among these different groups. So great. All right. So
absolutely. I was going to say, just to dovetail of what you said, I mean, this is a complex space and it's moving very rapidly. And so to have someone be able to work with you to understand what's current state, what's future state, and what's the best path to get there is really important.
Exactly. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about the smart home market in general. Now, we heard Jennifer's presentation earlier where she talks about just how the market is evolving, and certainly what we know is that it has been growing. I mean, we're seeing now where at least 34% of broadband households are reporting that they own at least one of the smart home devices that we cover, and this is up from only 17% in 2016. So we are seeing that there's growth there happening consistently. So do you have any thoughts on, just what are the key drivers that are helping to enable or facilitate this growth?
I think more and more people are just getting more comfortable with digital automation and what that means. And, I think it's just becoming more of our core day to day. I was just thinking about, 10 or 15 years ago, how we would do certain things versus how we do it now, right? And so I think adoption from that perspective is people are just more comfortable. I think, secondly, if you think about the demographics out there, the millennials, we keep thinking of the millennials as the younger set, but the millennials now are up to age 39 and they're doing a lot of household formation. A lot of that segment got married later on, having children a little bit later. But now, they're starting to be a bigger portion of new build homes purchasing. They're getting out of their parents' basement and starting their own households. And so the millennials have more of a propensity to want smart home features and automation. And we've done a lot of joint research with some of our larger customers. And what we found is when people are choosing where they're going to live from an apartment choice perspective, all things being equal, smart home automation really drives up rents and occupancy. So that millennial segment is willing to pay a pretty substantial increase in rent to have a fully automated home that they don't have to worry about themselves, that they're not having to buy all the piece parts or do it yourself kind of version.
Yeah, I'm certainly hearing a lot of information around that too, and seeing some data, just comparing how important some of the traditional amenities, such as, covered parking and, having that common area with a gym or pool. And we're seeing where smart home automation is really stacking up against some of the traditionally high-ranking amenities, such as covered parking, as probably now, outweighed or surpassed things like pools and gyms and stuff like that, having those in an apartment. So we're certainly seeing it from our point of view, from the data, that this is something that's growing in importance. So that's a good segue for us to kind of hone in on the end use space and that market, really, as we just talked about, and how important it is for the growth of the smart home market in general. Because, I'm trying to get some context, because, we know that it's going to play an important role, but, just how important is it necessary to, get us across that chasm that we consistently talk about? Is it just going to add sort of negligible growth in the space? I'm just trying to get you to help me to put it in context about just how much this space can help drive the smart home market forward, or just how important this space is going to be for smart home products.
Well, I think, first of all, if you think about households globally, multifamily represents about 34% of all passings in the US. So it's a substantial chunk of our consumers out there. Historically, if you think about it, if you were just renting, your likelihood of really buying all these devices, thermostat, et cetera, locks, you're not going to do that in an apartment. And so part of probably what was the holdback is if you're renting versus owning, you may not want to buy all those devices and put them in, or you may not be allowed to by your landlord. However, I think where you're going to see this sort of flip is with the new IoT technology and cloud-based solutions. Really, a lot of the processes or things that you can do with smart home solutions benefit both the landlord and the resident. And so with the new technology out there where the resident can be in control when they're in their home, but when they move out of the apartment, the property manager can take control back. Suddenly you introduce a whole new flavor of being able to be more efficient with your operational processes, driving costs out of the business, and then also having just a better resident journey and experience and a more frictionless process for the resident as they're leasing an apartment, moving in, and going through those processes. And so I think what you're going to find in that multifamily space is the whole building will just get lit up at one time and pre-enabled with smart home devices. And the owners are going to put, the capital into the building and then just put it as part of one of the amenities in the rent.
Yeah. So what I'm getting from you is that it's going to be an important space, considering it makes up 34% of MDUs in general, make up 34% of residences in the US. But more importantly will be those MDU rentals, because that is where, smart home product manufacturers can really drive a whole bunch of sales at scale, really, because they get to sell, they're lighting up the whole property with these products. So it's a much easier sale than if you're to try to sell individual homeowners a one-off product. So that makes that market important. So speaking of, and I know this probably applies more to the MDU owner side of the market, where the owners are seeking to get the products themselves, but it does apply to the MDU renters segment as well. So in the past, right, when we're talking about adoption of smart home devices, of course, a lot of that adoption was in the single family space. And it just highlights some of the things you were saying earlier, that, some renters just weren't allowed to install these products on their own. A lot of times it required wiring, and they just weren't allowed to make those changes to the facility that they were renting. And just things like that just often prohibited these customers from MDU renters from purchasing the products, right? So I know that a lot of device manufacturers now are looking into this market for reasons that you mentioned, that not only to sell to the property managers directly, but also just getting more out of the MDU space in general to help drive product sales. But I mean, do you think that they have done the work to have these products evolve in ways that can better fit this market segment? Is there less wiring requirements now, or things like that, which will make the products more appropriate or suitable for MDU owners who want to purchase these products themselves, or MDU renters who want to purchase these products themselves and not go through a property manager?
Well, I think what you'll see is folks like us, right, like Cox Community, stepping in and assessing the building, depending on the building setup, understand from the owner what they're trying to accomplish and what their priorities are, and helping put together the connectivity solutions, because there's many different routes of how you can connect IoT solutions. You need to have an always-on data solution for it to work effectively. And so what is that network solution? What are the array of devices that you want, and what's most important to you? I mean, you look at leak detection, thermostat control, digital door locks. There's a lot of variety of how you could set it up and what's going to be most important, and understanding your return on investment. And then someone to come in and integrate that, especially in a brownfield. If it's a new build, it's probably a little easier because you come in and it's part of your new build capital construction and it all gets done at one time. But if it's a brownfield, you got to make sure someone can come in, assess the building, understand the wiring options, integrate everything in, and then do the proactive monitoring. And so I think what will happen more in these large portfolios or large properties is you'll have someone act as that integrator. And so that, as a Cox Communities team, that's part of what we do, is we would come in, assess everything, look at the before, propose the after, implement, and then manage. And so I would say on these big portfolios, the device folks will go through the larger integrators, and then, we'll have a set supply chain of what that forecast is and how that works. And so I think it's just an indirect sales model versus a direct to consumer model in a lot of that area.
Yeah.
Not that you won't have both, right? You'll have some of both, but I think more and more you're going to see buildings being pre-enabled up front.
Pre-enabled to accommodate. So if I rent an apartment and I want a smart thermostat, these thermostats, the buildings are going to be designed to easily accommodate residents who want to install a smart thermostat on their own, regardless of whether or not that property is providing smart thermostats to its residents.
Well, I think, as a renter, if sustainability is important to me and, doing the right thing, then you're going to ask those questions, right? And so you're probably going to be more drawn to rent an apartment that you consider a green apartment that manages thermostat control. There's other things that you can monitor for that would be important to you. But yeah, I'm more likely to rent that. And so I think the key drivers will be the finance, which is a lot of times what the key driver is, right? That you're going to have a better net operating income in an apartment that has a smart thermostat, because the people coming in to rent it are going to want to know that they can, turn it down or up when they're not there, and not waste electricity or other things. But yeah. And save on their bills too, right? So
no, exactly. All of the above. And I liked your point earlier that, that's probably going to factor into their decisions up front. So that will, give the property a competitive advantage, whether or not they actually either provide these products or their apartments are enabled to accommodate those products. So I think that's very important and a very good point. Now let's talk about some of the challenges, because I know that this is a space that everyone is trying to get into, but there have been legitimate challenges that have prevented widespread adoption of these products. One of them initially was having to rely on consumers' broadband. So if I have to rely on my residents' broadband to, accommodate my smart home products that I'm offering to the residents, then I can see where that complicates things a little bit. So, not everybody has the same broadband service. That's going to create different user experiences for different residents. So can you talk a little bit about how brands are both navigating that space? Just, how are they overcoming those challenges, and what's the best way to get past the whole broadband connectivity being the backbone of the service and relying on residents' broadband?
Well, first of all, broadband is the foundation, right? And so if you don't have good broadband or consistency in your network, you're going to have a poor experience on smart devices because they just won't work.
Yeah.
But as you were saying, there's many different connectivity options. So some people use cellular or LTE. We're about to launch something that we're trialing in Phoenix right now that we call an always-on network. So the resident could have their own retail broadband in place, but we'll have a secondary network that will allow all the IoT devices to stay on all the time, whether someone's moving in, moving out. It's not going to rely on that in-residence broadband. And that's a pretty inexpensive way of using the infrastructure that's already in the building, and still having something that's always on and reliable. A third option is just traditional bulk data, right? So you just go to your MSO or your provider and you bulk data solutions for the whole building. For each passing, you pay X dollars per month, and you have a modem in there, and you've got an always-on solution for the IoT. And then the fourth option, obviously, is managed Wi-Fi, which managed Wi-Fi has some good features, but it's also pretty capital intensive. So if you're a building owner, you're probably going to end up paying anywhere from $600 to $1,000 a door if you do a 1-to-1 ratio. And if you want good quality, you probably want a 1-to-1 ratio of APs to apartments. The other thing you got to think about is if you're an owner, with music rights and other things, with DCMA laws, you want to be able to shut down an end user if they're doing something illegal on the broadband. And so it's pretty important that you understand who's got what liabilities, who's managing that process, and that you can identify if there's any inappropriate use of content via the broadband. So those are 4 options, and there's pros and cons to each, right? LTE and cellular works, but it's sometimes spotty and not so good. Always on is a good solution. It's not fully rolled out as a product yet. Bulk data, that works. There's pros and cons to that. And then managed Wi-Fi is just very capital intensive. And so just weighing those out.
So the bottom line, it seems like, is that it's best to have a dedicated sort of broadband network or connectivity network then for the smart home products, and not be relying at all on resident broadband.
Well, if you're the end consumer and you're buying it, obviously you're going to put it on your broadband most likely. But if you're a building and you want to be able to control the building through IoT solutions and have notices for leak detection, or if you want digital door locks, or you want thermostat control that can be controlled at the property level as well as the in resident level, then yeah, you've got to have an always on data network. And you don't depend on the end user's network, because if they unplug their device or something happens or it gets turned down or they're moving in and moving out, suddenly you're going to have these hubs offline and you're going to have all these devices up and down, and you're going to think you've got a problem when you don't. And so it's just easier to have a secondary always on network if you can.
That's a very important point. I didn't think of that that if the resident leaves and ends their service, then that actually minimizes the data that the property manager is getting from that.
Right.
So that's very interesting. As I said, it's a complicated space. So that's a good segue to the next question, because I wanted to find out, I'm acutely aware of the broadband challenges in the space, but what other challenges are there that we should be thinking about if we're thinking of either selling these platforms to multifamily properties, or I'm a device manufacturer trying to offer in this space? What other challenges should I prepare for?
Well, the other thing to think about is, you have all these devices, you have all these IoT signals, you typically would have a hub, right? And then you've got the broadband. If you're getting broadband from one organization and you're doing the IoT deployment or the smart devices deployment with someone else, then who's proactively monitoring and telling you where the issues are, right? So if you have a device issue, or if you see something that looks like it's offline or down, is that a broadband issue? Is it a fiber cut? Is the broadband down? Or is it a performance issue? Or is it the device? And then who's the go-between on that, right? And so that's the reason we feel like it's better to integrate it and have one solution that can be proactively monitored. So you can tell if it's a network connection issue, if you've got a device failure, if you've got a low battery, what are the things that are causing the alarms, and that someone's proactively managing that for you. So as a property, it's not wearing you out, right? Like, oh my gosh, this isn't working. Why is it not working? Is it the broadband? Is it the device? Is it the signal? Is it the way we've got them set up, right? So there's a lot of complexity to the management of it, especially when you have people with significant number of devices. Think about it. Most of our homes now look like what small businesses used to look like years ago, right? And so it becomes pretty complex. And so making sure that all that's integrated and you have rules for how you determine when you're alarming something and what can be handled remotely versus having to roll a truck to repair something it's a big deal, because it's gonna make a difference on what your resident experience is, and whether that experience becomes something that retains your customers long-term and makes them happy, or whether they're just frustrated because they feel like it never quite works right.
No, I mean, that's a very important point, because I was talking to a property manager recently just about bulk broadband services, and she said that's a hard no for her. Like, they're not doing that primarily because they do not want to have to address, they just don't feel they have the bandwidth to address all the technical issues that might present. So I can imagine that with broadband plus additional technologies such as smart home technology, that would be an additional challenge for any property manager trying to get into the space. So very important point. But one other thing I wanted to look at are the privacy issues, because I know that in talking to people in the space, just a few months ago, privacy was still an issue because the residents, not necessarily on the property manager side of things, just getting residents to, understand that these products are beneficial and it's not the property manager's way of trying to intervene or get insight basically on what they're doing and how they're using the apartment. So, just things like a smart door lock, I can see how a resident might be concerned that data about how much they enter and leave their homes might be going to the property manager as well, and nobody wants the property manager to have that much insight into what they're doing on a daily basis. So just trying to find out, is privacy still a concern in this space?
It's funny. I would honestly, and I'm a little bit older, but I'm surprised people don't have more concerns sometimes about all the data. But what we find is most people, if it gives them convenience and makes their day better, they're usually pretty open to using the data if you explain what the data is used for. And I'll give you an example. So the thermostats, right? If you think about next generation, what you really could do is say, hey, here's your electricity usage in your apartment. Here are 3 ways that you could lower your bill, right? And so that's using artificial intelligence to share back with the residents so that they can take an action that helps them, right? We're pretty careful as a company that, we get permission from anyone before we use any data. And obviously, any of that data usage would be not usually at the individual level. It's usually more of a thing of being able to do certain things that would help that end user. And so we're pretty careful about that overall. The other thing you got to think about, though, with smart home is just security, right? There's a lot of hackers out there. I mean, you just saw what happened to Colonial Pipeline, right? And so we do a tremendous amount of security testing and pen testing on all the stuff that we do to make sure that, we've done as much as we can to, protect. But if you think about it, you're talking about the digital door lock, but, an apartment building has a key to every apartment anyway. And so, from an access perspective, it's
right.
It is what it is. Right.
No, totally agreed. And speaking, I guess, communicating that level of security then, and the fact that you guys are very careful about data, and just communicating that to the resident is what I think is probably going to be important for them to embrace these products and minimize the concerns that will in turn have a property manager less willing to adopt these products and provide them to their residents. Now, speaking of embracing smart home technology, do you think COVID-19 has had any impact at all on the space and their willingness to adopt these technologies?
I do, on a couple fronts. I think this was kind of walking along, and people knew that eventually they needed to do more digital enablement. I think COVID caused it to go faster. And the reason I say that is, they were having to do a lot of remote stuff. And so being able to show apartments remotely became important. So having those digital door locks where someone could go onto a website, fill out the stuff, and get a code to come into the apartment without having to have someone there with them became important. And so that became a development. And it's a feature a lot of folks like. And, a lot of people come and see apartments after hours, because their schedules just don't fit into the normal timing. The other thing that's happening is, getting employees is really tough right now. The job market, a lot of folks are taking unemployment and staying home, or there's other reasons they're not in the job market. And so being able to keep enough maintenance staff or enough leasing staff has really put a strain on the resources they have. And so the more that you can automate those processes, so that if I have a painter that's coming in, I can just remotely give them a code so they can get in there for 2 hours and do the painting. So I'm flipping the apartment. Or if someone has a package delivery, instead of me having the leasing agent have to hold it and find the resident and get it to them, that we could give them access. They could open the door for 10 minutes and drop the package at the front door, or, any of those kind of things. There's just a lot of convenience things that really drive man hours out of the business and help you be able to run a building with fewer staff, because some of these staff are, they have a lot of load on them right now, which is all that's going on, because you may not have as big a maintenance crew. You may not have as big a leasing staff crew right now.
Yeah, and the excess burden might further exacerbate the problem, because that might create some turnover that leads to an even smaller workforce. So I can see that happening. But I want to wrap this up by looking forward a little bit and trying to find out what you see, or your perspective, or the perspectives of Cox communities, really, on what the next phase of the smart home will look like. So any thoughts you have, just want to look out a little bit to find out, to assess what we should be thinking about as we all try to embrace this product in this market.
Yeah, I truly think that people will pre-enable buildings, as I said, and so every apartment will be pre-enabled with that. Smart thermostat, digital door locks, water sensors, HVAC sensors, and other things that make it easier, right? And so you're going to come in, you're going to first look at your apartment online, right? Because 95% of people check out an apartment online before they come to see. And so you're going to go online, you're going to say, does this apartment have the technology that I want to live in? And so you're going to select or deselect where you're going to go look based on the technology package that's there. Then you're probably going to do a remote tour, right, that you've booked online, and it's going to self-serve and let you come in and take a look at it. Then you're going to do a digital lease. When your lease is approved, then it's going to come in the systems can say, welcome to your new apartment. Here are the options of which you can pre-enable if you wish, right? Here's the features of your apartment that you can turn on. So you can pre-enable those from your iPhone. You move in, it's a frictionless journey for you. You don't have to wait half a day for a truck roll for broadband because it's already going to be lit up. And it's going to drive operational expense out of the business for the owner. It's going to make the resident more comfortable and happy as they come in. They're going to get higher speed data. They're going to have better solutions. And then I think eventually what's going to happen is we'll have spatial interaction, talking about that data piece, right? Where artificial intelligence will take the information you've got, know your preferences, and you'll have your own preferences set. And then it's going to interact with data outside of your door, right? So smart city information or smart cars or other things eventually that will be out there to where that information can exchange, and it can choose your preferences. If you go to Starbucks every morning and you want, XYZ, it could pre-put in your order. There's many things that could go from here. Obviously that's a little bit in the future, but we're getting pretty dependent on all our automated devices. Think about how much you use your iPhone for everything and all the apps you have on there. And if you lose your phone, what a big deal it is not to be able to do all that. And so in my mind, that's where it goes. At first, I think you light up the building and you have automated processes in and out. When you move in, your back-end property management system knows someone's in the apartment and you control it. When you move out, the control goes back to the property manager, right? And so, and then from there, you start connecting with things outside of your building.
Your data comes with you. All right, well, that's all the time we have, Vicki. Unfortunately, this was certainly a very interesting conversation. I think you've really highlighted some of the core and most important things that we need to be thinking about as we try to, expand the smart home market or dive deeper into the MDU space. So really appreciate the conversation. Thank you so much for making the time, and we definitely look forward to seeing what else Cox Communities has in store. So we'll be looking out for that. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Patrice.
All right, have a good day.
Bye.
On average, U.S. broadband households with smart home devices own more than 7 devices and spend thousands of dollars a year on home services. Parks Associates Consumer Insights dashboards share adoption, consumer demand, and market changes across the year for 5 leading markets serving the connected home to identify critical shifts in these markets and in consumer sentiment by tracking the core metrics that matter. This consumer research draws from surveys of more than 10,000 U.S. households, including trending data, sometimes reaching back more than a decade. Parks Associates offers consumer insights dashboards for 5 markets: home services, consumer electronics, video services, residential security, and smart home. To share a little more, we recently released the Smart Home Dashboard, revealing that 1/4 of U.S. broadband households bought at least one smart home device in the past 12 months. And households with at least one smart home device now own, on average, more than 7 devices. This dashboard covers the extensive product categories active in the smart home, including smart thermostats, smart appliances, network cameras, video doorbells, smart smoke and carbon monoxide detectors, smart door locks, smart garage door openers, and smart lighting products, among others. We also recently announced the release of the Home Services Dashboard, tracking broadband, mobile, and other consumer services. This dashboard shows that as of Q1 2021, the percentage of U.S. broadband households with standalone broadband service increased from 33% in Q1 2018 to 41% in Q1 2021, following the declining popularity of pay TV bundles. These consumers pay $64 per month on average for standalone broadband service, up from just $39 per broadband household in 2011, a 64% growth rate. The fastest growing segment of home service bundles is a double play combining home internet and mobile service. Consumers are placing a greater emphasis on high quality broadband and mobile services, which is building value in bundling these services. Both the residential broadband and mobile industries experienced substantial growth during 2020 and into the first half of 2021, with demand particularly strong for high-speed internet and fiber connections. And 19% of U.S. broadband households currently bundle mobile and home internet services, paying an average of $128 per month. Going forward, 24% of U.S. broadband households reported plans to upgrade their home broadband, which would drive broadband service ARPU upwards 5% year over year. Adoption of residential security services has also continued to increase following the COVID-19 pandemic, creating additional bundling opportunities among connectivity and peace of mind services heading into the second half of 2021. Our dashboards provide companies with ongoing and actionable data on the adoption, purchase intentions, and trends for key markets serving the connected consumer at home. We are excited to bring this valuable trending data and insights to the market. To subscribe or request more information, please contact our sales team at sales@parksassociates.com.
On behalf of Parks Associates, it's our goal to ensure our event sponsors receive great visibility and benefits from supporting our executive conferences, custom webinars, white papers, and podcasts. By participating in our events and custom marketing activities, companies gain visibility and brand awareness by leveraging our industry knowledge and insights, which have been carefully and strategically curated for over 35 years. Our event sponsorships include customized visibility options to fit your needs and reach our executive level audience focused on the specific areas we study. Parks Associates custom marketing services include a white paper, webinar, or podcast, which can be produced as a separate marketing activity or in conjunction with our event sponsorships. These thoughtfully crafted content projects leverage our consumer and industry data and are highlighted by our marketing and research team for 3 months. Our team promotes these custom projects through a variety of channels and formats, including video, social media, podcasting, blogging, press activities, and more. Throughout the year, we help connect you with the people who matter the most. In 2022, we look forward to offering virtual events in addition to in-person events, providing a great mix of options to participate. Connections is our flagship event, held annually for over 25 years. This conference addresses critical business issues pertaining to the converging connected home ecosystem and crossover opportunities in adjacent markets. Join us virtually all year and in person in May of 2022. Smart Energy Summit, Engaging the Consumer, examines the expanding markets for energy solutions and home controls, as well as their impact on utilities, service providers, retailers, manufacturers, and consumers. We look forward to seeing you virtually year-round as well as in person in February of 2022. Connected Health Summit, Consumer Engagement and Innovation features shifts in consumer healthcare with a special focus on the impact of connected devices, mobile health services, and new health reforms. This conference will be held all year virtually and meeting in person in August 2022. Future of Video, OTT, Pay TV, and Digital Media focuses on the changing digital media landscape with sessions examining OTT and streaming video, content delivery and discovery, and strategies for attracting and retaining consumers. We'll see you virtually throughout the year and in person in December 2022. If you're interested in getting involved, please reach out to me today. I would love to talk with you.
To invite you to our special roundtables that we will be hosting quarterly called the Smart Home Tech and the Pros View from the Channel. This is a really important topic for Parks Associates that we continually study in our research, and that is understanding the integrator, the installer, the dealer, the contractor, the electrician, the plumber, the HVAC guy in the home, and really trying to figure out how they view all of this new technology and innovation, how they're selling to the consumer, and really looking at some of the key issues that they're continuing to face as they have more and more features to offer. My clicker isn't working. So the next slide here, I want to introduce this awesome lineup of speakers we have. Ian Bryant from Cedia, Kevin Hausman from Grand Home Automation, Jen Mallett from Level Up Your Home, JC Murphy, the president of Savant, Bill Nicholson, director of Rootstock, Lauren Rotman, Cloudburst Technology, and Jason Wade, the founder of Doorbell Ninja. So today we're going to talk a little bit about the integration of new technology and the role of systems, selecting partners and what the trades are looking for from the solution providers, the role of education for the integrator, the dealer, the workforce, and the consumer, some of the current challenges that continue to be faced as a result of the pandemic, and really what can be done better. What do consumers want? So as we all know, this is a very fragmented market, and consumers have the option to buy products from a variety of different channels, including security providers, broadband providers, directly from manufacturers, from an electronics store, a home improvement store, or an insurance company. And we see consumers really choosing all of these channels as where they are buying from. And as we see these markets converge, we see new opportunities as well for the industry to add on to what they're already selling and expand their offerings. So today I'd like to go ahead and start with brief introductions from our panelists, and we'll bring them in. They will do a brief intro on who they are, and then I will go through some of the specific questions we'll be talking about, and we will get into our conversation. This is an hour-and-a-half session. We really felt like we needed additional time to dive deep into this topic, but we also want your participation. So please feel free to send any questions through the chat as we're going along, and I will incorporate them into the conversation. So to start, let's go ahead and invite Ian Bryant to introduce himself and the role of Cedia in the industry.
Hi, Elizabeth. It's a pleasure to be here. My name's Ian Bryant. I'm the Senior Director of Strategic Partnerships at CEDIA. I spent over 20 years in live sound and stage, residential integration, commercial integration as a consultant, designer, engineer, and programmer. Been at CEDIA since 2019. And for those who are unaware, CEDIA stands for Custom Electronic Design and Installation Association. We have members in over 70 countries that are made up of technology integrator companies, tech pro individuals, trade suppliers, and industry-related professionals. Our mission is to advocate, connect, and educate the industry through certification, education, standards, workforce development, government affairs, in-person and virtual events, and through thought leadership, industry research, publication, podcasts, and more. And I am so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you joining, and CEDIA is certainly a powerhouse association. Let's go to Kevin with Grand Home Automation.
Hey, good afternoon, Elizabeth. Thank you for having us this afternoon. My name is Kevin Heisman. I am the service manager at Grand Home Automation. We are a home technology integrator based out of Hudsonville, Michigan. So we're on the west coast of Michigan, and we do a lot of what Ian just said. We are a CEDIA member. We're doing residential home technology integration on a regular basis, and thoroughly excited to have this conversation with everybody today.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us. We also have Jen Mallett with Level Up Your Home. So let's have you do a quick intro.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Excited to participate today. And I'm Jen Mallett. I'm the founder of Level Up Automation. We create smart homes and intelligent buildings. And, essentially, I've been in this industry for about 20 years. I spent 15 years at Bose, the audio company, and 6 years ago started Level Up. We design, install, and service both residential and commercial technology automation products. And we operate in New England, Arizona, Florida, Louisiana, Maryland, and Ohio. And, what we like to do is to help go to market with showrooms. So we operate a showroom out of Boston and Orlando and Phoenix, and super excited to be here today.
Great. Thanks, Jen. And of course, we, love the focus on the experience there with the showroom. JC Murphy, the president of Savant, thank you so much for taking the time to join this conversation. Let's have you do a quick intro of Savant and your role there.
Great, Elizabeth. Thanks for having us here. And big kudos to this whole effort around connections. It's a really awesome forum to educate a bunch of folks on what's going on. So great work there. JC Murphy, I'm the president at Savant. Savant is primarily focused on connected home technology and in a variety of different aspects of things that we feel folks are going to need control over in their residential and quite frankly in commercial environments. And looking forward to the panel discussion.
Awesome. And thank you again for being here. And I love that we'll be focused a little bit on energy and the role that's playing in today's environment. Bill, let's have you do a quick introduction of yourself and your business.
Yes, hello. Thank you for having all of us and putting this team together. Your team has been amazing at all the help that they've done. From there, Rootstock started in 2019 with seeing a gap between the technology integrator, the manufacturer, and the builder environment. With that being said, in our history of about, 4 decades of putting together technology from energy management, security, speakers, and full integration, we just felt the builder kept asking questions and we had the answers to give them. Thank you.
Awesome. And certainly builders are a very important part of the conversation these days. So we'll look forward to diving into that. Lauren, let's see if you can do a quick intro of yourself and the things that you're working on these days.
Hi. Thank you for having me. I am Cloudburst Technology. I have been in the industry for just over 30 years, and I started out with, I worked for 2 CEDIA founders in my early days. We were AV before there was a V. That's how old I am. So I still know how to mount a cartridge on a turntable. So we've moved forward from there, obviously. So we make home technology applicable to the betterment of the lifestyles of our clients is really our focus. We see a big opportunity for growth as we move further into the baby boomers. And I'm the last baby boomer, so we're looking forward to helping our fellow humans live and age comfortably, peacefully, and gracefully as the aging in place thing. We call it striving in place, thriving in place. So that's kind of our focus. Accessibility is a big goal of ours. I was recently in a car crash that left me in a wheelchair. So accessibility is hugely important to me, just from my personal experience and just kind of working through the opportunities for all that. So that kind of feeds into the thriving in place moment here too. So thanks for having me. I look forward to the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for joining, and love all the experience you're bringing to the table. Also, we have Jason Wade with Doorbell Ninja. So Jason, go ahead and introduce yourself and share with our audience some of the things that you've been working on.
Sure. I'm the founder of Doorbell Ninja. We install mostly Ring. It's about a 99% Ring stuff now, but doorbells, cameras, thermostats, a lot of mesh networks, a lot of stuff like that. My mission is to help people live safer and smarter by employing this kind of customer facing smart home tech, which is really affordable and really useful. So we're pretty big here in Orlando and Tampa. I'm just about to schedule a consultation at Jen's showroom here, and I'd love to check that out. I'm setting up one too in downtown Orlando. But yeah, I just love smart home stuff. I've been in it only for 4 years, and so I really have that fresh eye towards it. More smart home than the home security or home theater stuff.
Okay, great. So thank you all for joining us. I'm going to run through the topics real quickly for the benefit of our audience so they understand all the things that we're going to attempt to cover here in the next hour and 15 minutes or so. So first topic that we think is very important is the integration of new technology. What's changed over time? What are problems that exist now that didn't before? How are consumers using technology in their home versus before the pandemic or even 10 or 20 years ago? How has support changed in the home? What is interoperability mean to consumers and that role of controlling devices in the home? Also talking a little bit about the home network and connectivity, privacy and security issues from the consumer perception, and where growth is coming from. The second topic we're going to focus in on is what these professional trades, these craftsmen, want from manufacturers and service providers. So what is the view on the different solutions that are available? What creates loyalty to certain brands? Is there the opportunity to mix and match to create a unified solution, or is it looking at one particular brand for installation? How is product reliability and preventative maintenance come into play as we move into connected appliances and monitored services? Also, the role of energy management. The third topic is really around education. This is education of the dealer, the integrator, the workforce, and understanding the technology, but also the consumer and the role that the professional technicians play when they're in the home, explaining all of the different technology. We will also be touching on current challenges and what that looks like in the near and long-term future, things that are keeping our panelists up at night, how they're making their money. Is this the same as it was 2 years ago or 5 years ago, or are things changing enough to show up in revenues? Are there problems with keeping up with innovation and the pace of technology? And finally, our fifth topic will really be about what consumers want. What is the experience in the home with connected devices, whether it's smart home products or entertainment devices? How is Wi-Fi, disrupting the experience for consumers? And what do consumers need help with to make decisions in building or creating their modern living based off of a foundation of broadband? And lastly, we will hear from all of our panelists on what they expect to be different 5 years from now. So that is what we're going to attempt to cover. And I want to go ahead and get started with our panelists and bring them all to the forefront here. And Kevin, I'd like to go ahead and lead off with you in talking about installation and fixing problems in the home. What is the experience that you're currently having when you go into a home and you're looking to integrate new technology and provide this amazing service with high-end systems in a consumer's home?
Well, and what I was really looking at as I was looking into this topic is thinking about what really has changed over the recent term. Really, and a couple of things. I don't want to use the cop out that COVID changed everything, but COVID changed everything. It didn't generate really any new technology, but it brought a lot of emerging technology into the limelight and brought to light a lot of things that could be done that not everybody was paying attention to before. You had things coming up like premium video on demand and work from home, and things that were possible before but never really got the focus that they should have. And now everyone is seeing what they can do, and everyone wants the ability to take advantage of all of these technological options. And now they're looking at their home and going, well, this is woefully inadequate. We can't actually keep up with the things that we want to do now. And on top of that, we've also got a huge boom in the construction, remodel, and housing resale areas where people are moving into new spaces that they're wanting to customize and be able to take advantage of all of the technology and all of the options that are available. And so there's a lot of questions to answer, a lot of clarification to do with what can be done, opening up people's views to what really can be done, even above and beyond some of the initial things that you think of when you hear smart home technology. There's a lot of things that immediately come to mind, and then there's some of the things that aren't necessarily always top of mind with everyone. And so getting some of that information out there. And then obviously with as much tech as is going into things, we all know technology breaks a lot, which is one of my primary roles, is dealing with the service side of things after the installation, and having the ability to respond to a lot of these things at a moment's notice is becoming very important, because people are using technology to work. They're using technology as in their homes as entertainment, and so they don't want to wait for things to just start working again. And so that's definitely been a challenge as we've kind of adjusted to that service on demand kind of mentality.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that the transformation that has taken place over the past few years as a result of COVID has really created some new possibilities and new thinking for consumers, and that they're doing things in ways they never did before. They're working at home all the time. They maybe had their kids in school at home and were working. They maybe have changed, even if they're going out to a movie now and preferring to watch a movie from the house and adding in streaming devices. So this is creating a new environment with complexity and those challenges in making things work right. So my next question, I want to go to JC with Savant, in talking about, in looking back further beyond just the pandemic changes, which have been dramatic, but what has been coming regardless of that big change that you're seeing as far as the convergence of different ecosystems in the home?
Yeah, so it's an awesome question, and it's really tied to the fact of there's been an explosion in IoT devices that have come into the home. And a personal example, my awesome wife, I should say, showed up with a Wi-Fi enabled crock pot, right? That appears up on our wireless network now and consumes bandwidth. So, the big thing for us is we see an explosion in IoT and connected devices things that we traditionally have worked with, and then things that we've never thought about working with that are now IP and smart connected. And the takeaway that I want to reinforce here is that is a tremendous amount of bandwidth consumption on the network inside of the home. So we've seen a big change in terms of the network was always important, but now, man, it's a critical element. About 6 years ago, we introduced a video technology that we took out of the commercial marketplace, and we were going to distribute video in the home over a 10 gig network. And folks thought that was crazy. Oh my God, you're going to have a 10 gig network in a home for video distribution? You know, you only need that in sports arenas. But the reality of it is, it's important to look at where things are going, and bandwidth consumption in the home around all the connected devices. And we'll talk a lot about video streaming and camera and security. But in addition to that, all the connected devices in the home are consuming a ton of bandwidth, and you need a way to effectively manage that. You need to be aware of what's going on, and you need visibility from a cloud perspective in terms of who's using it and how it's being used. Last comment on that, it's a really fun one. Because of the pandemic, I actually relived my senior year in college because our oldest, who was on campus, got kicked off and had to come home. But think about the combination of Zoom calls, video gaming, regular music streaming, and security cameras all colliding on that network inside the home, which was not a reality that we had to deal with, 5 or 6 years ago.
Sure, yeah, the usage is just skyrocketed, and our data certainly supports the strain on the network, as well as consumers, upgrading their broadband services, buying mesh networks and, pods around the house to ensure they've got that connectivity. We're talking a little bit about the consumer changes. I want to talk just briefly and go to Bill here and talk about builders and how things have changed over the past few years. I think builders are very challenged with different things right now with pricing and supply. But this embracing technology, or I might say re-embracing technology, because builders have embraced technology over the years in different ways, but we really saw that come out, I think, if you were at KBIS or the IBS show, in terms of all the technology that's really getting put everywhere from the builders and new home builds. So, Bill, do you want to speak a little bit about some of the changes we're seeing in the builder market and maybe what's helping advance this? Are they have a newfound reliability perception on technology, which has always been a concern in the past, or what do you think is driving this from the builder side?
Well, they're starting to see the change that they fought in the 80s. We were all just connected with tip and ring. We had our pagers, and it wasn't anything tech friendly, let's just put it that way. And they were just more worried about, okay, we'll just run Cat 3 in the house and we don't need to think about any of this Cat 5 stuff. Where today, we have 5G, gigabit, fiber, and Starbucks. So it is something that they've had to start to really focus and look at. But if it wasn't for government involvement, we wouldn't have pushes. I know in '90s we had to, really push hard to get them to start running some home technology wiring in the house and do some Cat 5 upgrades. And then we saw, well, let's just force them. And we went to the local jurisdictions and came up with, if you have a certified smart home, you will get brought to the top of the list or the top of the stack for their approvals, which meant they can turn more homes faster. So instead of just making it where it was a cost to them, we tried to focus on making it a benefit. They made them more money really at the end. And that's what came out of the technology and the changes from there. The network is really our key problem. And just seeing, we did home theaters in the 90s. And now all of a sudden they're coming back, and it's not just a home theater. It's now your Zoom meeting town hall. And then at night you get to enjoy time with the family.
Yeah, those are really great points. And so that kind of implies now that the builders are seeing this return on investment. They're able to position the homes that they're building with these added features to help differentiate and increase the price of the home, but really also meet consumer expectations. Consumers buying a new home, they maybe expect technology in there. I'd like to see if we can go to Jason and ask you a little bit about that experience with adding technology in the home, and what do you see consumers wanting when they're asking for new tech?
Bell, it's the gateway. I think Nest wanted the thermostat to be that, and it was for a while. And I helped Nest launch smart home services in the DC area, and it was real hot. It was right when they came out with the doorbell. Since then, a lot has changed in that ecosystem. So right now, I mean, we'll cover this later on, but it's a lot of Ring. But people know about the doorbell, or it amazes me how little people do know what's out there. So they know about the thermostat, and they know about the doorbell, but they don't know the different models, the different features, the different companies and stuff. So people really do need, I think, an honest and no pressure or low pressure person to explain them, like the differences in the products. This is what I do all day, every day. I ask people, which Ring doorbell do you have that you're having these horrible problems with? I don't know, but there's tons of them, right? So then I have to narrow it down to figure out by the price or whatnot. But yeah, people, I think that is my big mission for my company, but then also the thing that I think will help smart home explode and get past 15% and get past 20% and get to where it will be in 5 or 10 years everywhere. But I want to sell this company in 5 years, and so, then I won't worry about anything, hopefully, but in 5 or 10 years, if the smart home infrastructure has not increased, you're going to have a lot of people with a lot of products that they're going to be horribly unhappy about. And that'll hurt the industry. And I hope to God that more service and better quality service comes in and helps people to understand the tech, understand what to choose to best fit their house and their needs.
Okay, great. Those are great comments. And so as far as the problems they're having, and we're going to talk about connectivity later, but is it around connectivity, or what are the calls coming in for on the doorbell?
Today I got one from a guy in a Lennar home with, I want to see some giggles here, with it's the Ring Elite doorbell with somebody chime in. It's like their weird hub that powers it, PoE, that it dies after 2 or 3 years. And I'm like, and he's 2.5 hours away, and it's a onesie. I'm not going to do the job. I'm not going to take it. I mean, I helped him over the phone. I'll look up, I'll find somebody to help him in that area. But it's a lot of stuff that builders' mistakes, maybe, or not just thinking it through stability wise, because I was just try another port, see if the PoE port, just plug it in somewhere else, put in an injector or something like that. So just to be honest, it's the old Ring Pro calls. It's people who bought the wrong product. They bought a wired doorbell and they don't have a doorbell, which, we can make that work, but come on, y'all. And
so some of the first generation products maybe coming up with some problems and getting some calls in. Lauren, do you have any comments on this? And then I want to go to Jen next after Lauren.
Well, the network obviously is critical to connectivity. That's why we've pretty much, like Jason, we've pretty much gone 99.9% Ring for all the smart home kind of stuff. Their new Alarm Pro piece with the Eero built in is, we've only put in 3 or 4 at this point, but it really is kind of a magical thing. Even from a sales standpoint, when you explain the idea of having battery backup plus an LTE connection for the whole system, it just kind of blows people's minds that if their internet goes down, their internet will still work. Those kind of things are kind of cool. We stack the batteries. We stack 3 batteries on the Pro piece. We stack a battery under each Wi-Fi 6 Eero piece throughout the house. All of their complementary device extensions really makes them extremely hard to beat.
And what about
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
sorry to interrupt. I wanted to ask, what about the brand power of Ring and Amazon behind that, as Jason was noting? How important is that when you're talking to customers?
I think I think they assume that I'll bring the right product. We talk about brand names, but we really talk about the experience. That's kind of seems trite, but we really do. They expect certain things from us because of our referral that usually comes along with it. We don't really get that service call. We've kind of tried to stay a little bit stealth. Our website's pretty much just a brochure. It's not anything that's got SEO tied. We're not getting a million calls a day. We're getting calls from people who are buying a new custom home that we've already worked in, or they've already done a job with us. So we're in a little bit different spot. We still do a lot of AV. We still do a lot of home theater. We still, we're getting into like JC talked about the energy management, battery backups, behind the meter kind of stuff. So we're kind of in a different spot with that. But the alarm stuff, we're not an alarm dealer. We're not. We do Alarm Pro from Ring as a notification system, as a self-monitored thing, and then the customer, we can help them get monitored with their Alarm Pro product from Ring, all their various services that they sell. So that's kind of where we've gone there. I think the system, the data is really gonna blow up with Amazon. The Amazon web services, all that stuff. They're just so strong. Like, I think you may have seen one of my posts, one of my responses to a LinkedIn post, that they can raise their Prime service $10 and instantly make $1.5 billion with just a pen stroke. So
Yeah, quite.
it's just a powerful thing, and that's where we've put our eggs in their basket. So that's kind of where we're at there.
Yeah, certainly a powerhouse company with tentacles kind of everywhere for the consumer and inside the home as well. A lot of this that we're talking about is all about the experience. And so, Jen, I want to jump over to you and see if you can share a little bit more about why you think the showroom approach is, a key part of the consultation, and maybe some of the things that you all are asking when you talk to customers who come in to your showrooms.
Sure, happy to. So I think some of my counterparts here have touched upon some really important themes. One is education. So Jason was talking about education, which is and where people are when they come into the system. They may have some understanding of what the products are. They may have started to buy something and want us to integrate something around it. They may know nothing, right? So a showroom space to us is the perfect place to be able to let people touch things, see them, be able to look at both the app interface, be able to see and sometimes hear how that's going to be reflected in a home or even a small business environment. So we really see the education portion of it as critical. And matter of fact, it's reflected in our mission. Our mission is to be trusted advisors to consumers and our business partners like builders and other business partners to help them understand, as all of this keeps evolving, somebody's got to be towing the line and being able to understand what all these brands are, what works together, and what's going to be a solid design out of the gate. Because as we've already kind of talked about, the other thing I've heard from some of the people on this panel is that we're already seeing a place where some of this product we installed 5 or 6 years ago is starting to have problems. So now we have some service situations, right? And people are pushing through, manufacturers push through firmware updates to update their products. And sometimes that breaks things, right? So there's a whole service component. Who is going to service all of these smart homes? And for us, we do the service portion as well, because we see it as a really important part of their journey and ownership process. But the showroom piece of it, I think that there's the education piece and then the design piece. Being able to interact with a client or a business partner and to help understand really in an agnostic way, brand agnostic way, be able to understand and listen, what are the things that are going to benefit them most? Is it security? Is it temperature control? Is it lighting? Is it shades? Is it all of those things? Do they have somebody who's thriving in place? I love that term. Whoever said it earlier, that's awesome. Is there somebody who has special needs in the home, right? So what we try to do in the showroom environment is really take that in, do a lot of listening, and then design a solution from scratch that not only helps that person understand how their home is going to be connected today, but also in a 3-phased approach. So, it might be that the interest of the person coming to you, it might be a video doorbell, right? Like Jason said, or a smart thermostat, and that's an entry product into the home, right? But it might be 2 years from now that they're going to build out their patio and need some automated lighting and automated sound. So really the time to start thinking about a smart home and the different phases of investment, which we find a lot of people, if it's not a new build, they're phasing the investment in, is really to do that up front as part of that needs assessment when you're talking to the client about what their near-term and kind of long-term needs are. So we're huge fans of consultative selling and showrooms and helping people understand it, because simply put, there's just so many products in the market. They continue to change. There's new brands coming out all the time. There's a lot of, I think, confusion on the consumer side and the business partner side. So I think Level Up and all the people on this call, I think for us, this is our opportunity to be leaders in this space and kind of show that we're working with this stuff all day, right? We have an opportunity to kind of put a flag down and say, here's what we think based on what that client need is.
So that's great, and definitely seeing that variety of products. I mean, we're tracking all sorts of companies who are introducing new connected products. I think we have a number of 10 to 15 new door locks companies introduced last year to the market, adding to a whole bunch of other companies. But let's take this next question to JC and Ian and turn it a little bit, talk a little bit more on the high end entertainment side and that role of integrating in smart home technologies in the entertainment systems. So JC, maybe we can start with you. I know Savant has just been doing amazing things. We love watching all that you all do, especially as it relates to energy and monitoring, and really the whole home. It looks to be what you all are going after, that vision that we've all been talking about for decades. So maybe expand a little bit more on bring it all together for the consumer and how you all are doing that. And then I want to hear from Ian, is this beyond the luxury market? Are we able to move beyond the very wealthy people, right, who have $1 million homes, they can afford all this stuff, no problem, to more of a mass market play? But JC, let's go ahead and start with you.
Excellent. So if you think about, Jen really nailed it in terms of there's a aspirational view of everything that's going on, and this transcends all industries, right? If Elon Musk didn't sell $160,000 electric vehicles to really wealthy people, Ford Motor Company wouldn't be launching the F-150. So you need something out there that's aspirational that people aspire to. We invested heavily with a builder out in Las Vegas called Blue Heron. They had this awesome project going on where they wanted to build a model home. It was going to be 13,000 square feet. It just sold for $25 million. But it gave us a chance to really show a truly aspirational, fully self-sustaining, so full home battery backup and solar power. It has all of the classic bells and whistles across the traditional audio, video, lighting, security system, cameras, pools, spas, you name it. But that's an aspirational view. But the big vision that we have was to, and one of the key reasons of acquiring GE Lighting was to be able to develop technology to bring that aspirational connectivity and feeling to the broader market with very value-oriented products and capabilities. But the big wrapper here is that it comes down to software and service. And it's the software and service connectivity that drives. Is somebody can purchase something for $1,000 or $1 million, but if they don't see that value continuing to age with the product, then you have a disconnect in the customer experience. And that's what we're pointed at.
Great comments. And I love the aspirational idea there. I think that's great. So Ian, let's hear from you as a leader in the CEDIA group. How are the integrators viewing the smart home play? And is it going to move beyond? I think it already has moved beyond luxury, of course, but will the CEDIA group latch on to all of these different technologies, and are they going to be brand agnostic, or are they going to stick with some of the high-end brands maybe that they've always worked with?
Hey, that's a great question. The industry is definitely in a transition phase right now, I think. CEDIA, we are striving to be more inclusive and less exclusive as the channel changes. Our history was, as was talked about earlier, was back in, 2-channel audio and hi-fi stereo systems, and then high-end home theaters. But as we're noticing the technology available options for the home change, and even though entertainment is still very large, especially post-COVID or during COVID, everyone's in their home. They want to have these abilities to entertain themselves, but it's also expanding into wellness. It's expanding into now your electrical system, as hybrid EV vehicles need charging. And if you were at the International Builder Show and you saw the a large amount of new electrical devices that are all smart and connected, our integrators are now moving into lighting and shades, talking about conservation, energy savings, and that's being driven definitely by the consumer. As the technology becomes cheaper, as silicon was becoming cheaper, now is impossible to find. It's easier for these manufacturers to produce them at lower levels, and that's kind of what we've seen over the history of the industry. Right, 20 years ago, a 42-inch plasma TV was $20,000 to $40,000. You can now get a 50-inch LED for $300,000. So, and that's kind of one of the areas I was thinking about when I was looking through our questions was, in the history of the industry, it was the luxury market. The prices came down. It hit the direct-to-consumer market or the more middle market. But the middle market is blowing up so big and is expanding so fast because of the times that are changing and how people are living in their homes and the cost of technology. We're now seeing innovation starting in the middle market and actually going up to the luxury market. So it's very interesting place that we're in, and I think that the integrators that are there'll always be the high-end luxury market. That sector will never go away, but we are seeing that it's not exploding the way it used to. It's that middle market that's just growing and growing and growing. I mean, from the stats that you pulled up earlier about the amount of devices that are in homes, that every single year is just getting larger and larger. That's kind of where we're seeing it, and it's very impressive.
Yeah, it certainly does seem as though technology is just it's part of daily life for the average consumer. Bill, let's go to you and maybe dig a little bit deeper into this role of energy and the home, and what what you all are looking for when you're adding energy solutions in. So is there anything you can say about, I've read a lot of articles lately about solar panels and people pitching the savings, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of regulation here going on. And so, is the consumer going to get screwed effectively? Excuse my, saying that, but who's out protecting the consumer with all of these very expensive stuff that's supposedly will do all sorts of things for them. How are you viewing that right now?
Well, we're trying to figure out a way to explain solar in an easier way that the any level of person could be able to understand it, because there is a lot of confusion. There's a lot of misrepresentation that's really happening. They have these programs that they can input different data in different ways, and if we point it this way, we can get this, or we mix the panels, or we put water in the panels, which I think is kind of funny, of mixing water and power. But there is one company that has done well, which is Fafco. That's the only one that I've seen that does work well, that can heat your pool. But there's all these calculations, and energy calculation is completely different than balancing your checkbook. There's different times of day, different times of use rates. So it really has to depend on the energy provider, to the area, to the time of use rates that people need to understand and be able to get a larger calculation of what that means. And then even battery storage. That's really just so false of what people are saying out there, that they can run your whole house. And if you live in California and you turn on your AC, that battery might run your house for a few minutes. So it's people need to really see the truth of what is happening with the products that they're installing, and how much investment they want to make, and what's the outcome that they want to achieve.
Sure. Really, really good points there. And, we did some research asking consumers, and this is our 10,000 household survey work, asking consumers how much money they think they save a month because they have a smart thermostat. And the average savings was $45 a month, as reported by consumers. That also aligned with their expectations of what they expected to save. Now, the reality of what did they actually save, we're asking consumers what they think, and they're telling us. So that's the consumer reported number. But certainly savings is a big driver. Is there anybody who wants to comment on the smart thermostats and adoption or lack of adoption, and how that's going to play out here in the short and long term? I will note from our data that smart thermostats are sitting at 11 to 13% adoption, and have been there for the past 3 to 4 years. And 50% of those are now 5 years or older. And so many of the purchases that are being made could potentially be for a replacement rather than a new buyer. So anybody here want to comment on the thermostats?
I think that most of our customers are more interested in convenience, be able to bump the AC down in the middle of the night from their Alexa than actually saving the $40 a month, which is nice.
Okay, so far nobody really cares that much about the money, is what you're noting, and that may be true. That may be one reason why thermostats.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's correct. $40 means less to my average client than does to the mass market, obviously. So yeah, that's I'm in a little bit different ballpark. So maybe somebody else that deals in more of a reality situation would want to chime in on that.
I'm really surprised by that number. I'm really surprised. It might just be that we are living in this vacuum of we integrate everything. So it seems like the smart thermostat is always part of the equation. So I'm very surprised it's been sitting there, and I'd be interested if anyone has an opinion on why they think that's happening.
Well, Jason's trying to say something, but he's on mute. Jason.
Okay, you're gonna unmute.
Oh. He's still muted.
I didn't realize I had to unmute me. Sorry.
Oh, there you go.
So I'm not usually one to have strong opinions, but but anyways, I love Nest. I really do. I think we all do, right? Like, they rock. That thermostat is great. It's beautiful, but it's still expensive. I mean, the cheapest I ever see it, like is on Black Friday at 169. And I'm not going to install one for less than $100. So now they're at 269. So I think, I'm surprised that they haven't found a way, because they keep coming out with inferior models, just to be honest, right? And like the new one is really cool, but people want the original. They want, I mean, because it's like the iPhone. It's like, a Rolex or something like that. It's iconic. And so to me, I think it's, people say, I'll see somebody with a bunch of stuff, and I say, hey, I'm not selling you anything. That's not what I do. But if you ever want a smart thermostat, let me know. And they're like, why would I do that? And I'm like, well, and the main thing here in Florida is humidity. I tell them that. I go, you monitor humidity. It's 74 and it feels like junk in here. Like you get that humidity down, it's going to feel like, the Louis Vuitton store or something. Like it'll feel clean and crisp and stuff. But like, I think it's that. I think it's just the price, because like, and from my experience, I mean, I don't know what the research, who knows how much they actually save. Everybody instantly disables the home and away, right? Or the first time it thinks they're away and it goes up to their, and I even set the temperatures conservatively, right? Like, so there isn't that much of a window. But still, things happen with the auto scheduling. Like my daughter was turning it down to like 65. She won't admit it in the middle of the night, but like twice a week it was freezing. And so I think it's that. I think it's like, from my experience, almost nobody cares about the energy savings from it. But they will get it, but they will be annoyed by the inconvenience, like getting home to a house which doesn't feel comfortable. But like the true value comes in not having to get out of bed to raise or lower the temperature. The true value comes into when you're flying home, get that thing running and do air, I forget what it's called. It's not airwave or something. It's cool to dry. So it cools it down a little bit lower to get that humidity out. It's convenience. From my experience, and I could be wrong, nobody cares about security and nobody cares about energy. They care about convenience.
Well, I mean, from our data, I think you're right. Convenience is the leading driver behind, or in front of safety and security, almost sitting right next to it. Jen, do you have any more comments on the thermostat and maybe the integration with other, products in the home, as well as any of the monitoring?
Sure. I just wanted to comment on the thermostat piece to say, we're headquartered in Massachusetts, and Massachusetts has $125 rebate per thermostat for up to 3. So I'd be very curious, Elizabeth, like if we ever saw the adoption by state, how that lined up with state level incentives that are in place. Because we get no pushback on price, and it might be that, Jason's in Florida, I'm commenting about Massachusetts, and there's kind of different reimbursement policies in place.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I wonder if we look at that 10,000 group of people, I don't know if there'd be enough, but to see kind of what the adoption rate is by state and match it up. So in terms of the integration and the different platforms, for us, when we're working with customers, whether it be we have Ring, where we love Savant, there's certainly different levels, right? So there's kind of the luxury market that we have all talked about. And I agree with Ian's comments, which are, really that mid-market is what is like on fire, and that people can go from a mid-market to a luxury system. So they might come in, for example, maybe they come in and they have Ring product, and we may, through a demonstration and through education, decide, okay, the right platform to integrate for that client is Savant, because Ring can be native in there and it's going to be a great experience, right? And then in terms of the mass market products, where people come in either through a doorbell or a smart thermostat or an alarm system, then it's kind of understanding what are the systems that the client is going to want to control. And typically those are things like audio, temperature, video content, security, and next level would really be automated shades and a few of the more kind of luxury products. Just wanted to touch quickly on energy as well, because we've been talking about that, and we have in our showrooms, we have energy products. We've got EV chargers, and Savant, of course, has an energy platform as part of their platform. And, what we're seeing is that people who have electric vehicles certainly are interested in the battery storage, and if they have solar, connecting with solar. But people who don't have EVs, when they come in and they see the showroom and they see we've got a lightning bolt in our Boston showroom, for example, in the back, they're really drawn to it because they're starting to think about how they manage their energy use. And predominantly, I think it's really different in a way, by consumer, but also by market, because certain parts of the country really care about things, fuel costs versus energy efficiency. So we have seen a lot of attraction to that section of our showroom. So even though it's not a huge market right now, we certainly see it as something that is going to be really exploding in the next couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. And lots of money, funding coming in from the government also that I think will help drive things along with the awareness. I know, Ian, did you want to jump in here on thermostats or energy real quick? And then Kevin, we're going to come to you next and talk about the role of the integrator.
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, you kind of summarized it as far as I think with some of the legislation that may be coming down here in the United States around energy consumption and trying to be more sustainable and more responsible. I'm sure it will start out on the West Coast as it normally does and then kind of migrate east. But I foresee some changes there, as well as I don't think we've seen a big adoption by the builders yet. And once the builders get involved and start putting it on all of their projects and it becomes a standard item, then we'll really start to see that increase even further.
Yeah, and I think to echo that point, Ian, like this is where good regulation happens. And to give you guys all a real world data point, the government working with our utilities, our regulated utilities, last year drove $100 million of business through our lighting business through retail, because they incented the conversion to smart lighting and LED lighting. That similar type of program with thermostats combined with the utilities adoption of time of use management would absolutely drive smart tech adoption. So there's a great example of good for the environment, push people to LED and smart intelligent lighting. And it was in partnership with the utility who was incented to give those regulatory breaks. You could do the same thing with thermostats.
Yeah, that's a really great point. One thing to mention, though, I've seen some states kind of rolling back their rebates on solar panels and installation. I think Florida oddly was one of them. I thought that was kind of odd. Any comments on that rollback, or why is that taking place?
Really odd that Florida would roll back incentive on solar panels. Just don't know why. I think that the adoption of solar will continue. I think we've seen over the last 10 years, we've seen that curve of solar panel performance to capability really improve. I appreciate folks saying that there's a lot of confusion in the market. Is it economical? If you just look at the price performance curve on solar panels now, the warranty that you can get on and the actual output. The issue is that you've got a couple. You can generate solar, and you have to use it when you generate it. If you don't have great battery storage available, or you can't offload that to the grid, as in the case of a grid outage, then that's where you have a problem. But to your next point, a great spot for the integrator to step in to help figure that problem out.
Awesome. Yep. Thank you, JC. Okay. Kevin, I'd like to ask you a few questions. So maybe walk us through what an average sale, or whatever you want to share, looks like, and what is the role that you are playing when you're in the home with somebody. So share a little bit about how that goes for you.
Well, there is the idealistic version, and there's what oftentimes happens. So a good integrator really should be more than just the AV guy, although that's oftentimes how we're brought in, and that's oftentimes how we get introduced into a project. The unfortunate thing is when we're brought into the project, we've missed out on one of our key steps of what we do well and that is design and consulting. And I know we've talked about that a little bit already, is being kind of the advocate for the homeowner, for the consumer, in what product is going to get them to their desired outcome the best. versus I know this particular name, I know this brand, I know, rather than what I actually want to accomplish with it. It may actually be better accomplished with a different product. And so that design and consultation aspect is huge when we can do it early, and it actually saves a lot of time and headaches down the road into the actual installation of the project if we're able to do that ahead of things. And then obviously we've talked also about service after the installation as well. That's also a huge role of the integrator. If we can take that off of the builder remodeler, if that's something where the homeowner is contacting us directly, that's a pat on the back for the builder and the builder or the remodeler, to where they've got a great resource for their customer, for their client to be able to be able to access after the fact. We talked about technology breaks, it gets old, it gets outdated, and to have that point of contact is also hugely important. So seeing the integrator as more than just the IT installer is huge, and that's something that we've been trying to explain to folks clearly over the course of things also.
Well, that's great. And so one follow-up question there, Kevin, in terms of what the manufacturers are thinking about the integrators. Could you sum up what you think that view is?
That's hard to say, because I actually do see a lot of emerging technology, and a lot of the things that manufacturers are bringing to market is in response to a lot of things that we've already been doing, and a lot of things that we've as integrators and installers have asked for. And so we do see a lot of that coming, and it really does follow what we've run into. But I think probably JC would be able to speak to that more so than I would, even just from a manufacturer standpoint. I mean, obviously Savant's bringing product to the market that we're using and we're utilizing and installing, and so he may actually be able to speak more to how that's coming through and how they're responding to integrators in the product that they bring forward.
JC, would you like to jump in there?
Yeah, sure. I think it's a tale of a couple different integrators styles and go-to-market strategies, right? So you have the early adopters who really view their companies as technology kind of agnostic. They want to be the consultant to the client, right? And we really appreciate and love that, because it really, regardless of the technology, at the end of the day, you need great software and service to support it. And if the integrator takes the approach that they're the technology consultant, it kind of preps the homeowner for whatever comes next. But it requires the integrator to really invest in the training around these new technologies that are being brought to market. And then you have the other kind of class of integrator that basically is confronted with a bunch of legacy deployments, and are really trying to figure out how to morph their business model into more of a services and software business. Because whatever 10 years ago, for when I kind of started in the industry here, basically it was I buy something for $100 and I sell it for $200, and oh my gosh, I hope it works, and they never call me back. And that's why you had that statistic that half of the smart technology deployments, the end user wasn't really happy a couple years into it, because it was kind of a set it and forget it, and oh my gosh, I hope nothing happens, versus being proactive, saying no, I'm going to offer you a service, I'm going to monitor the health of the system, I'm going to update it on a regular basis, and really focus on the client's expectation of a smart home.
Sure. Great comments. Bill, let's go to you on this question in terms of this role of an integrator or a consultative person who is explaining how things can work together, who's explaining, how different ecosystems, the different verticals in the home even operate differently. So you're working with these different companies who, they don't operate in the same ways simply because they don't do the same thing. So how do you address those kinds of challenges when you're in this consultative role?
Well, it's different on I'd have to say it's not even state, it's every city. Even in some of the cities, we see a difference on how you need to have the integrator sell or promote or teach. Which really, I think it's better to not sell the customer. It's better to teach them, to give them the information that they really need to make a justifiable purchase that leads them into several purchases in the future. With all of our dealer integrators, we look at, okay, how can you start with baby steps, get someone to trust you and trust in the technology today, and grow from there. Most people have dealt with a DIY situation, and after 3, 4, 5 times to Home Depot, Lowe's, or whatever that they have close, they keep trying to integrate the doorbell, or they change out their thermostat by themselves, and end up finding out that it does take that integrator technician that understands how these things work together. And it's kind of, we're starting to see a higher respect for the integrator salesperson, which I think a lot of our dealers are looking at. The salesperson is a ex integrator, or also goes out to the field and can go out there and help out if it needs to be, so that the customer really sees how the company is a good fit for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And certainly speaks to the future of the technician. And that's one of the reasons really why we're hosting these quarterly roundtables, is because we do see a future where professionals would be called in to help support, the smart home. And that actually brings in a question from our audience about having a smart home guy or gal who would be maybe on your phone, just like an HVAC person or a plumbing person, to really help you with the network. So, Jen, let me start here with you. Will the future smart home technician, be the HVAC person or the plumber, or will they be an integrator? Or will they be a security dealer? It is notable we do not have a security dealer on this panel, but they'll be joining us on the next one. Is there a really great group who is, adding a lot of smart home devices to security systems?
Yeah, I think the answer is that it's all of us, because from a workforce perspective, we all need to be able to service these connected homes. There's so much growth happening there that, even, an electrician, if we were working with an electrician 4 or 5 years ago, they might not have had any experience with smart thermostats or smart doorbells. Now they do, right? So you already are starting to see some maturity in the market there. And that we found some of our electrical partners are starting to get interested in smart energy. They're starting to get requests for EV charging and things like that. So there's more kind of interest. I think as the younger generation of trades comes in as well, most of them were, they grew up with iPhones, right? They're connected. They understand wireless networks. And so while they might not have gone to school specifically for an integration type of role, they have an understanding of it because they've been living in it. I think that in terms of, how that's going to happen, I think that, the big piece that I think the industry needs really is around this kind of theme that we've talked about, which is education. So partnering with manufacturers and all of the different companies to understand how are we going to educate and support this workforce in a different way, whether they be a plumber, an integrator, or an electrician. I think also we've found that a lot of our other tradespeople that we work with, and even security dealers as well, they don't want to build networks. An electrician doesn't want to build a network. They understand that everything is contingent upon the network. So I think that's good for the consumer, and it's good for our partners like builders, because it gives us an opportunity to be proactive with those other trades and partner with them as integrators more than we ever have done before. I'll give you an example. Last Friday, we ran a To the Trades event in our Boston showroom, where we invited electricians, builders, interior designers, who are also kind of key partners in this. And we had no consumers in there. And I think that that really helps us work together so that everybody understands kind of what their lane is within the role of this new connected home. And we find that many of the tradespeople we work with, they're happy to have us support all the network build out and a lot of the devices that are going on there while they're doing their doorbell installations and other kind of like ancillary devices. In terms of long-term support, and I think it might have been JC that brought up like self-healing and kind of where homes are going longer term, you know, almost all of the networks that we install, we remotely monitor. And that is an incredibly powerful tool. One, as a business owner, it means that you're not rolling out service calls, which from a mobilization perspective, especially now with fuel prices, are kind of a big problem for our business in terms of profitability, right? So it prevents service calls. But more importantly, the consumer can have their router or their access points or any other device. We can see the signals that are happening within different parts of the home to be able to troubleshoot and get people up and running faster. So I think that that is really has been typically a huge barrier for our industry. And now with all the technology that's come forth in terms of having the visibility to remotely service and be able to get into the home and see it remotely has just been a huge game changer for us.
Yeah, really great points. And I want to come back to remote support, especially with truck rolls and the cost. But first, I wanted to dig a little bit deeper into the business models for the integrators, for the installers. And, you know, I think Ian mentioned to me on a discussion that currently, you know, that's not a fee that's charged, right? It's part of what's happening. And so could there be a future where the ongoing services are being paid for and offered there, or there's a line item for that consultative, you know, part of the deal? Do you all see that as being just built in and effectively where, you know, the manufacturers are fronting it, you know, if it's not its own line item?
I'll step in this pile. So no doubt. I mean, come on, these companies, everybody knows what good customer service is, right? Like everybody knows what supporting the product looks like. And that's what I want to see, because like it is embarrassing sometimes to charge somebody $100 to fix something that wasn't in the directions or that I know these companies know the answer to. So it is very important. And then I'll also say, I hate, everybody's like recurring revenue. I'm gonna like sneeze at the next person who says that to me, because it's great, but it's just not my business. That's not what I want to do. I want to be an independent smart home consultant, right? And so that is key, because once you have people that trust you, it's amazing, because they know you're not going to screw them, and they know you're going to tell them if a product is good or not. Because I want them to have, even if it's less expensive, and I do this all the time, I want them to have a product that's better for their needs and works better, like the Ring 2020 or second gen. It's an amazing doorbell. It's $100, right? If they don't need, a lot of times they're paying another $100 for a pivot plate to pivot it out. Here in Florida, the doorbells are on the side. But like once you do them right, they're yours. It's great. And that's what I wish. It would not be hard, I don't think, for these companies to set up a program. Because, you know, I helped Nest launch smart home services in DC with the nation's largest air conditioning company. I see what they can do when they want to do it, right? And so all they have to do, like Nest, I enter in my Pro ID in the thermostat, and Ring said that they're working on something like that, so that when we install stuff, how awesome would it be? You enter your code in when you start installing it, and you should install a thermostat, let's just be in 20, 30 minutes, right? But if they can tell after you got it connected that it isn't working right, how about, you know, imagine that service. They could call you up. Hey, this is Jason from the Smart Home Pro team. I see are you having any problem? Because they can see all the diagnostics on the back end. They can see that it's blowing heat when it should blow cold or whatever, right? That's what I think will amaze customers and help them feel safe. Like that, it'll be Apple and Tesla. Either they do it or they show everybody else how to do it, right? That level of, and I can tell you what's wrong with both those companies. And, but like, it's that level, that luxury level, that is what everything is about. I did in the comments. It's about democratization of luxury. That's Uber. That's everything. It's cars. It's Kia now having like hot cars because they have the tech from Mercedes 10 years ago. So like they really need to start kissing our ass. I mean, that's without a doubt, because like we are their app developers. That is what makes iPhone the best. It's the apps, right? We are app developers. It blows my mind that I'm like, I gotta create this damn company, right? I gotta help these customers. Like all I care about is Florida and getting a Porsche, right? And retiring. So, but imagine this in 5 or 10 years, if it ain't better. I mean, I want people to be, home is the most important thing in the world. I mean, it is everywhere. You got to live somewhere. That's where your family is. Safety and home, but home more than anything. It's the biggest thing in the world. And then I'll shut up in a sec. But when you add up, and I did a while ago, and maybe my math is slightly off. You add up residential HVAC and plumbing and electrical in the United States, in 5 years, smart home is bigger than that. And you have companies and a lot of people not realizing, I think it's the biggest trend of our lives. It's huge. It is everything. And Amazon has 4,000 people working on voice search, and that's awesome. I love Amazon and I love Nest, Google, Ring, and every stuff. But like, come on, get one guy working on like or a couple guys or a couple people calling us every month. Hey, can I help you? Can I do anything for you? Because even when I was Ring and Nest darling, they didn't call. They wasn't proactive unless they needed something. And I'm not dissing them. That is life, because name one industry that hasn't been ruined by corporate greed. Almost everyone has. I hope that us on this screen and everybody else can say, this is going to be about people. This is going to be about serving people. This is going to be about people feeling safer, and we're going to make billions doing it. But let's not make it into the car dealer business, right? Where you're getting screwed. Let's not make it into, your cable company. Everybody hates these companies, but they still give them money. That's not the business I'm going to build.
Well, yeah, I mean, you made so many points there, that, and really all really good points there. The Kia, I have noted myself as well, is a really sharp looking car. So
20 grand sticker.
Yeah. But a lot of what you're talking about has to do with serving the installer or the integrator, and that does speak to the education and the support and the role that gets played there with helping people keep up with technology and the pace of innovation. I mean, it moves so quickly, and consumers really are like way behind. And so, as Jen and I have talked about, the integrators also can get behind just in understanding all that's coming out. They're busy doing their jobs, not studying the next piece of AI that's getting integrated into the camera to do something. So, Jen, maybe we can lead here with you in terms of what should that education look like in terms of just new products coming out, and should you be ignoring some stuff and paying attention to others, and then how do you decide what's important?
Yeah, happy to share the perspective there. And prior to starting Level Up, I had 100 integrators as part of the business unit I ran there in the US and Canada. So what I learned as part of that experience is really how important field service is to your business. And I think for manufacturers to really look at the field service team, whether it be integrators or electricians, whoever's in the home, really as an extension of your sales team and your service team. And you think about like how you educate your employees. And as a company, I think when we look at different platforms and the education piece that's there from, for example, like Savant or Ring or any other companies in the space, right? How high quality their education platform is of critical importance. And I think one of the biggest success factors of how well that platform gets installed and performs in the home. And then when you think about the field service organization and all the integrators, we're, you can tell from Jason, we're very honest industry, right? We are trusted advisors. We have to be honest with people, right? At the end of the day, they're going to call us if they have an issue. So the whole trust and the speed of trust with clients is really important. So we need to be able to advocate for all of these different product lines. In order to advocate, we really need to understand them inside and out. And when things go wrong or a product fails or there's a known issue, having a great deal of transparency from the manufacturer is really, really, really important. So when I think of what things manufacturers can do, both from like being on the manufacturer side and then being on the integrator side, certainly like a rock solid product line that meets the promise that it's marketing, right? Second, education for sure. And, really an outstanding service department. I think one of the things that's kind of unique to our channel is that if the product isn't working, we're sitting there in the house, right? We might have to reboot a network or do other things. There's not a lot of time for technicians to sit on the phone and wait for 30 minutes because there needs to be some sort of different firmware update pushed or whatever the case may be. So speed of service and the quality of service that integrators are getting in the home are really, really important. So I'd say that, as we grow as an industry and as these products continue to come out, really when we're looking at which lines we're going to carry, we're looking at, okay, does this company have like a Savant University, which is a phenomenal platform? Do they have that? Or do they have nothing? And I will share with you that there are a number of companies that come to us with new product lines and they don't have any training support. And they might be smaller companies that are going to get bought in a few years and have very small service organizations. So they're not able to handle a lot of the incoming support that needs to happen. So a lot there, but I think that the companies that are more proactive and really invest in field service people like employees, thinking of them as literally an extension of your company, those are the ones where we can really advocate and feel trusted and feel good about what we're doing. And I think that those are the ones that are going to thrive and survive in the next 5 years.
Yeah, that's great. I think that keyword investment is so important. Companies really investing in their own staff to better understand, what the product is that is getting sold and the value that is there. I want to take our last. It's amazing how time just goes by so quickly. I want to take our last few minutes and talk about Wi-Fi and the problems in the home with connectivity, Wi-Fi, and then rolling trucks out. So this is, a big problem for consumers. Consumers run into connectivity issues all around the house and for different reasons. And so we've seen companies come out with new solutions like Johnson Controls released a Wi-Fi 6 device at ISC to help, with that problem to save. I mean, they told me it was to save $100 on the truck rolls because they can fix the Wi-Fi problem without having to go out to the home and reset the network for them. So let's maybe start with Kevin and see if you could tell me how big of an issue is this in the work that you're doing, or if you're in the luxury home side, maybe it's not as big of a problem because the mesh networks are everywhere, or maybe it's a bigger problem because the size of the homes, are ginormous. Tell us your view on this.
I think it's both, and you see when you talk about the luxury homes, you're running into a lot more space where a lot of the network devices are wired versus wireless. So you have a lot more on a hardwired connection versus the wireless. So that leaves the wireless network open for devices that absolutely have to utilize it versus the other. And that's something that we, and most integrators that I've talked to, most folks in my field run into is that if it can be wired, wire it. It is a more reliable connection. It's a much faster connection, and it leaves the space for anything on the wireless spectrum as well. But then again, you do still have to pay close attention to it because there are so many devices out there that can be wirelessly connected, that can only be wirelessly connected. And so, yeah, Wi-Fi is a huge thing. Coverage is important, making sure that we're placing access points where they need to be in giving appropriate coverage. Like you said, in some of the luxury homes, that's a significant number of access points. So that's a big thing in the planning and design phase, and making sure that we know where things are going to be utilized, what's going to be in the space, what you're thinking may be brought into that space and connected wirelessly, so that we can make sure that the homeowners are actually being taken care of in that regard.
Yeah, really good points. And the size of the home does seem to be in the luxury market an issue that has to be resolved. Ian, do you have any comments here on connectivity and Wi-Fi and making sure things work?
Well, what I was going to say, Kevin already addressed it. It's actually a CEDIA recommended practice. If it has an Ethernet connection on it, plug it in. And we also ask manufacturers, especially those that are creating products that are permanently installed, to utilize a hardwired Ethernet connection. It allows for better management of your network. As you start to get into systems where there's 20, 40, 100, 200. I mean, I've been on jobs where there's 500 connected devices. You have to get into managing those networks in a professional and really an enterprise level manner. And as we start to see even the general consumer easily getting into the 30, 40, 50 devices, that many devices all on your wireless network, along with your laptops, your phones, your streaming devices, can really cause a lot of havoc and inconsistencies. And we definitely recommend utilizing integrators that have some specialized training and network configuration to set up optimum performances through quality service, segmenting parts of the network so that they run smoother. And these are things that can be done on any size project, from a 3-bedroom apartment to a 20-bedroom house. It's still your network is your backbone. It's your infrastructure, and if it's not running well, nothing's going to run well. So we very much recommend utilizing those with proper training and certifications to set these systems up, and also to make sure that they are secure and that they can address any vulnerabilities that are there.
Really good points around privacy and security. Any other comments on Wi-Fi and connectivity in the home?
I'll chime in. Yeah, Lauren mentioned earlier the Ring Pro alarm with the Eero base. It is amazing, and it's a good way. It's genius. It's a good way to get people familiar with a mesh network, or give them just a better router than what they have, right? It's the value is off the charts. I don't like wiring anything. I mean, people don't even, they'll say, I want a hardwired. I go, yeah, we're plugging it in, right? But of course, you got to have great Wi-Fi all over your home, right? Like, because your phone's going to be on Wi-Fi. It's not going to be wired. Like a lot of things are. So everybody needs a mesh network. I mean, almost, unless you have like a 300 square foot IKEA apartment, like it's, Wi-Fi hates. And down here, there's solid walls, and there's metal in the walls, and there's big homes, and then there's all the stuff that contributes. So I say if they've got a house 1 story over 2,000 square feet, come on, they're going to need 3 or 4 POPs, right? And Eero is so easy and awesome and cheap. I'm a huge fan of mesh networks. I mean, they're going to be in every product eventually, right? Like, right now, Ring and other people are doing with Sidewalk, where they're sharing anonymously and encrypted some bandwidth and stuff. It's going to be in every product once the price comes down. I'm amazed at how much the price has come down. Like, and I tell people, I go, look, I'm not trying to sell you anything, but you need a mesh network. Like, really, like, let's look at the RSSI score on your Ring camera, right? Like, that tells all. I'm like, I ain't lying. So we can do it with a Band-Aid of a Ring Pro, a Chime Pro, right? That's a freaking Band-Aid, right? Like, I'm like, don't you want good Wi-Fi everywhere? And then they're sold. And then I say, look, just get like a few from me. And then when you see them on sale, I'll tell you, they go like what, $129 on Amazon Day? Buy 3, buy 6. Like, come on. You can almost never have enough. But mesh networks are amazing. And people are going to hardwire the TV stuff. They're going to hardwire things. So on the new construction, they asked me, I go, I don't care. Just, wire it to your TV, wherever you want it. But then we're going to do a mesh network. And of course, having it wired out to the porch might even help us. Maybe I've done separate networks just because the points didn't meet, right? So I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, really interesting. And yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So with the Ring stuff, we wire to TV locations, backhands, Snap One. Backhands behind all TVs at this point, and we're putting Ring or Euro 6 pieces behind most of the TVs just to cover the rooms. So we have wired and it's wireless at that point because we've got the hardwired jump to those locations. So that's kind of our take on wired wireless. We do
Okay,
both.
great. Yes, thanks for those comments. And we didn't talk too much about the broadband service providers, and the role they play here in terms of Wi-Fi in the home. That's a whole nother topic. We are at time, but I'd like to give you all 30 to 60 seconds each to tell us, what you think the future holds 5 years out from now. So let's go ahead and start with Jason first.
Sure.
And then we'll go to Lauren next.
I think in 5 years, you're going to see massive adoption of doorbells. It's a no-brainer. I mean, and they're just going to get cheaper and better and everything. I think Apple's going to come out with something. So in 5 years, what are the projections? The industry will be 500 something billion. You'll see cars are already smart. Once everything is smart, it's not going to be 500 billion. It'll be, I don't know, 500. It'll be a lot more. So I'm very excited about smart home. It's so important to me too. Home is just so core. So I'm excited, and I hope that we lead the way and help this industry serve people versus screw them.
Appreciate those comments. Okay, Lauren, let's hear from you the next 5 years out.
Two different directions. I think with the adoption of 5G and ATSC 3.0 and the better broadband pieces with the mesh networks, I think we're just going to have a lot more connectivity. Right now, I get 950 download speeds and 35 upload speeds. So the upload I got a lot of cameras. I got Ring cameras. I got Nest cameras. I got Wise cameras. I got DVR with IP cameras. I have a hard time connecting sometimes. So because it's so limited, I've got customers that are on, and I'm on copper. I'm not on fiber, obviously. I've got customers with fiber that are in the same boat. I've got customers that have both. Both customers have copper and fiber that are getting they're getting parity. They're getting 950 down, 950 up, and it's a magical place to be. So that's where the ISPs really need to stop throttling. They need to open up their upload throttling. They need to do a lot of those things. 5G is going to help. ATSC 3.0. If they're not a broadcaster, they can provide internet. Nobody's mentioned Starlink. I sign everybody up for a Starlink account, no matter if it's available or not. We put the deposit down and we wait, and if we've got it online. So that's going to be a huge thing that's going to blow up. The second part, I'll go quickly, is all these API-based automation things like the Jim Carroll, Michael Silva thing at Sendall. They've chosen to focus just on builder business. I think that's a mistake, but they can only have so much bandwidth. I understand that. I think we'll be fine because Amazon's going to notice that kind of thing. They're going to notice the possibilities of data collection and service. I think that's just going to be two big things.
Awesome. Yep, the role of broadband is so important. Okay, Ian, the next 5 years.
Well, I really do hope that what I think will happen will come true. I think with the push from the consumer for interoperability and what we're seeing of manufacturers starting to work on a solid platform or a single communication standard, that we will see the home become a living thing, and it will be the thoughtful home or the connected home, where the homeowner then the people in home can be anything, an apartment, whatever, but you won't have all the apps on your phone. You won't have to monitor everything. We will get to a point where the systems will communicate with each other, and all of your activities will happen without you needing input. That's kind of what we've been in the integration industry for so long, is to try to automate things that make it very deep and impactful experiences for people in the home. And I think we're very close to getting to the point where we can start to see that grow and take fold, where the home is turning more into an actual living thing. So.
Awesome. Great. I think we're in the middle of it happening. So JC, thoughts from you?
Yeah, the two big ones for me are really around a big category, and I'll just say it's wellness. You know, Jason said the home's so important, and I think there'll be a focus on, am I living in a healthy environment inside my home? Meaning, you know, the tunable capability of lighting for your balancing your circadian rhythm, all the way to air filtration. That'll be a much bigger part of the discussion, and something that we're focused on. And then the other big one is the connected home of the future is going to start with managing your ability to manage and control power consumption. And that's going to come in a variety of forms. Electric vehicles are going to be exploding on the market. You're going to have more solar, you're going to have more battery backup, and the ability to manage and control your energy consumption is, you wouldn't even think about having a home that didn't do that. The dumbest device in our home right now is the circuit breaker panel. But it's the most important thing to make Jason's doorbell work. Think about it.
Yeah, really good point there.
That's why SPAN is going to make huge inroads.
Yeah.
Okay, Jen, let's hear from you.
Yeah. Gosh, like, we're in the most exciting industry, aren't we? I just love it. I'm an optimistic person. So I think that all the projections around growth, like 15, 20% and, you know, annual compound growth rate, without a doubt, is going to happen. Completely agree that, like, as people understand lighting and wellness and that education part, consumers start to understand air quality, things like that. I just want to echo what JC said, that I think that that's going to be a big thing, as well as energy. I think that that's going to happen a lot faster than people think. A lot faster. We're already converting our vans to all electric. And it's exciting. It's an exciting place to be. And I think once consumers understand some of that, and they have some education around what time of use management is and things like that, that it's just going to be like fire. So those are the categories I'm most excited about.
Awesome. Okay, Bill?
Well, I think we should make a date right now in 5 years, and we come back and see how many of these predictions actually came true. But my prediction and my thing for 5 years is that the integrator will become more important than the electrician, and you know, that's something the builder needs to see. From there, it would also be that the homeowner will see the integrator as more important than their banker. You know, when it comes down to money, saving, integrating, charging their car, whatever it is. But, you know, the future is definitely better with an integrator.
Great comments. Okay, and last but not least, Kevin, please share with us 5 years out and your viewpoint.
I don't know what to expect in 5 years. I think everything's going to be completely different. If you would look 5 years ago, I don't think any of us would have predicted where we're at right now and how technology has just exploded in the last couple of years, let alone the last 5 years. And so I think the technologies that we'll be seeing in 5 years, we're barely even starting to dream up at this point. And that's what's really exciting to me, because we get to be, like Jen said, we get to be on the forefront of everything. Sorry, I'm excited. Popped my earbud right out. But we get to be on the forefront of everything. We get to learn about all of the emerging technologies, and we get to see them as they're coming into play. And we get to introduce homeowners and builders and everybody that we work with to them. And that's the really exciting part, to me at least, is really being on the cutting edge of that. And that can be the really stressful part of it, because we really do need to pay attention to all of the stuff that's coming, so that we can give cohesive system recommendations and things that are really going to benefit the end user and the homeowners, and then everyone else by extension from that.
Great comments to end. Well, we at Parks Associates are also very excited about the connected home space and all things broadband. Before we go, I would like to see if you all can smile at the cameras so we can snap a quick picture where we're all smiling.
Glasses on.
Somebody's taking a picture for us of our screen, and we'll all be smiling. I want to sincerely thank you all for your participation, your time. I know it's quite valuable. We think it is so important to bring your voices to the forefront for the industry to learn from you. And so again, I want to thank you for joining me today. I hope you will listen in to our other roundtables that we're hosting later this year with other professionals like yourself talking about the role of innovation and the smart home. So thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks.
Bye, everybody. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye, thanks.
So that's going to do it. Again, we appreciate you listening in. If you're interested in any of our upcoming connection sessions, we hope you will join us virtually or in person. We will be back for our 26th annual event in Frisco, Texas, May 17th through the 19th. We are still looking for speakers, so if you're interested in submitting to speak, please go to our website and submit. And if you're interested in sponsoring or looking at any of our research for your business intelligence, please reach out to our team. Thanks again for joining us.